Good morning to viewers. I'm just setting up for the day, and thank you, early people that are piling in. You guys are the first. That's good. So we'll again come on air around 9:25 or so. Um, one good point of news that you guys can talk about or enjoy while we wait. Someone decided to pay for an airplane to fly over New York City in a non 9/11 fashion. Let's just start with that. With one of those trailing signs, and it said AMC to the moon. And Adam Aaron, the CEO, saw it and basically posted a tweet about it, right? And so that's catching fire all across the Twitter verse and the Rediverse. I don't know how to say that. Um, so we were actually not looking so good in the pre-market, and now we are 2.24% up in the pre-market. Um, so I think that's giving much needed hype and attention back to the stock. So we're going to see how that plays out. I got to go drop the kids off at the pool. But I'll come back and we'll take a look at that. But that is pretty good news since we know we're in a bit of a depression due to the market in general. But there's a lot of reports coming out that the sell in May isn't as pronounced. It looks like buying momentum is picking up. It looks like there's no major sell-off, so the markets itself should rebound considerably because now they're not anticipating it going down, but anticipating it going up. Plus this news, we might get a 2-for-1 punch and basically get us out of this funk. So we'll see if this is a catalyst. Um, but that's good news. It's better than, war, pandemic, death, and destruction. So finally. All right, I'll be right back. Well, hype is hype in the end, right? But at the end of the day, hype makes us money, right? So hype is dangerous. You don't want your whole stock and your whole empire to be based on hype because hype can go away. But to just deny hype is, well, you know, you're denying something, right? You could have used it. Just be careful, right? Anyways, it's all good. Be right back. Hopefully in time. All right. Woo. Just wrecked that washroom and we're back. So we're 3 minutes till party time. Oh, I see Relevant's got the party hats out. Yeah. So we dropped a percent or so in the pre-market, but that doesn't really mean much. Um, Although it does indicate that the news may not be as strong as the catalyst, as one would hope. But a lot of people start their day at 9:30, so it might be a matter of they don't see it, and then they'll see it later once they start listening to all the talking heads and stuff. So we're going to do the same thing as yesterday. Unless it starts to go all crazy psycho, we're going to just erase the lines across the sides, because that's ultimately all we need. So there won't be any technical patterns per se until it starts to get really exciting, which let's hope is soon. And then I'll switch over. S&P Dow. This is S&P, DMG, and Dow. What was the other one we had? S&P, DMG, and Dow, and then AMC. Was there four? Yeah, I guess there was four. Okay. I thought there might have been more. And we'll do the S&P as a car. It's the S&P 5000. Or 500, sorry. Okay, we're 30 seconds to open. I got this all set up. Let's flip over. And we'll watch this baby take off. So what you're going to be watching is right here, and you'll be able to see it right here why I tamper with this. Okay, and that's good. Okay, we opened at 941, 0.21% up. The Dow blasted. This is the S&P, sorry. The S&P blasted, and it looks like the Dow did as well. So everyone is, woo, the S&P really kicked it. Let me bring it down. Which one's the S&P? This one? Nope. Okay, there we go. It's all relative just because of the scaling. But yeah, you can see like yesterday, look at how like the same we are, right? It's ridiculous. Which is why we're doing this. A, to prove a point, and B, there's no point watching the stock if the stock isn't doing anything by itself, right? It's basically just going to follow the greater trend of things. Okay. Let's get ready to tear that dehydrated butthole. Good times. All right. So let's see if I can get some space engineers going in the background. I was having a mighty good time in space. And then I ran out of juice. And then I was floating. And it was not good. Okay, what do we got for volume? 728K. So a little better than yesterday, but still piss. Um, Nothing to write home about. Yeah, this is going to probably cause a momentary lag, just because it's going to go full screen. But you might not notice it. So, not a bad start. Bad start. Be nice to see the Nasdaq recover completely. So it's at almost 1% now on the watch list. It'd be nice to see it. Looks like it's gonna take over the whole screen. Just give it a second. Display. Bring it down to 1080p. Okay, there we go. That should fix it. Okay, sorry about that. Windows is not happy when screen resolutions. Oh my god. Or it's not happy with doing quadrants. Oh my god. It's just picks the greatest time not to be able to do quadrants. There we go. So I'm using the snap to function like in the corners. When Windows doesn't want to do it for some friggin' reason, I'm unable to get the everything proper because it's all based on the size of a quadrant, 1080p. Okay. All right, there's a little bit of a frame rate drop, and I'm just going to fix that by setting everything to low. And everything is good now. Perfect. All right, so let's take a look at that volume while this is loading. 739. So earnings is tomorrow night. So, oh yes, I need to go ask people for money. Yeah. So if you buy at 9 and it goes to 10, or sorry, 20, you've doubled your money, right? Um, so do you think it's going to go to 20? Pretty much guaranteed. 30? That might be a little harder, but that's also pretty much guaranteed, just over a longer time frame. 30 plus on an extreme time frame, yeah. 1,000? Right? So that's just let me just send out a few messages here. Oh, also, I forgot. The GoFundMe is ending today, or at least at the end of the week. But they want to close it today. The people that are running it. So if you haven't donated and you want to, go for it. Don't be forgetful, you turd burglars. I'll post a link. It's a fan-run GoFundMe to get a microphone for me because apparently my voice is not sexy or deep enough. It's very tinny and unsexy. So 5 people have already donated. Um, yeah, there's no obligation, but yeah, it will add to the experience. I'll be buying a new microphone, whether or not, with this GoFundMe money. Um, but even if this didn't happen, I'd be buying my own microphone. But I have to wait for my money to get free from 14. So, anyways, it's up to you. There's no pressure. It's not critical. But if you think I'm a worthy donation of dollars, then go nuts. I will not stop you. I've donated to many things in my life, so I understand the mentality. Just don't feel obligated. That's all. There's just no demand to buy my love for all that sort of stuff. It's not what I'm here for. All right, so we've gone flat. So yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a slow fucking day. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna switch this to candles because I just need to see it. Yeah, it's fucking slow. Okay. Yeah. The problem is that red. It's gonna take us a bit to get over it. Okay. Oh, yeah. I constantly talk about how I'm not here to whore for money, right? So it's part of my personality. It's if I need money, if it's life and death, I don't give a fuck if you don't want to donate. You're donating. I'll put you at gunpoint, right? But it's not life and death. It's it's there's options, I'm not going to force your hand, right? But when the options become, you know, nil, you take that hill and you're gonna like it. And if you get shot, I don't fucking care. You're not allowed to die. Go take that goddamn hill. Also very Canadian. Yeah. You can die later. No, no, not now. No. Yeah, you took a couple of rounds, a 50 cal to the head. I don't care. Keep going. Yeah, that's I guess also very Canadian. You can die later. But we're not there, right? Don't make mountains out of molehills. And I highly doubt we'll ever get there, but yeah. If we ever do, you'll see my tone change. I'll be like, I don't care if your grandma's sick. We gotta do this. Yeah, but I hardly doubt a YouTube channel will ever get there. All right. So we're going sideways. Okay, so we're 10 minutes in, eh? Ah, it's shitty. Well, hopefully we get our surge. Um, hmm. Oh, yes, I gotta finish those I'll answer your message in a second, Ocean. I was just doing the GoFundMe. Okay. Um, okay, so sent all my messages. Now the other thing I gotta do is write an option call for tomorrow. I can do that in a minute. Okay. All right, all my messages sent, so seeing if anybody wants to get in on the action before I write my options to place my bets. So I'm betting I'm going to make a call. I'm going to buy a call to basically bet that it's going to go up. And in the event that there is bad news, then my loss is limited. So you pay a little bit of insurance money, a premium, and then it protects you against losses. Normally, I would just buy the stock, so I don't have to waste money on the commission or waste money on all that. But in the time of great uncertainty, it's better to take the insurance money because we know the result of the earnings call is going to be violent in some direction. It's going to go and explode, right? And we're going to talk about that in a second. We're going to reverse engineer that statement in a second, and you'll see how. So, anyways, option trading. This is what it's made for. Really, this is the proper way to use option trading. When you're uncertain, but you know something's going to happen, then you place a bet that's protected against loss, essentially. Now, to answer your question, Ocean, about if we can expect a certain time frame for AMC to double, that is nearly impossible. It all is based on volume, and hype. Essentially, hype is what's going to get us there. Let me just look at my paperwork here. I'm going to find the numbers when I did my due diligence. I had some numbers about the core pricing for AMC. Let's see, here's okay. And not there. Just give me 1 second. I'll eventually find it. Just looking for an image for those that are just joining. I have did my due diligence and I saved it. And now that I'm thinking about it, of course, I can't find it. All right, well, since apparently I said I was going to find it, and I've clicked every image I seem to own, and I can't find it. But people that have been in this channel longer know it and know what I'm talking about, which is that MS Paint when we did our due diligence. Oh, just look down at the stock. Nice. We might go for a technical breakout here. Nice turnaround. Let's see the volume. No volume. So very low volume commitment. But yeah, we're in a technical breakout. Sweet. See us? We're on our rush out. Nice. So there's a technical breakout. So you see no one else is really flying off the handle, but because we came over this corner right here, we basically had a technical breakout. So we're getting our energy from the completion of a technical pattern. There is other factors, but when a technical pattern completes, you get a boost, a little jump. It lasts for about a minute, at least in AMC land. So at minimum, it lasts for about like 30 seconds. It generally goes for about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, and then turns around or slows down. Each stock has its own personality. Some stocks only go in one direction until they turn around. So they'll go for days or hours or weeks until something turns them around. AMC is not the case at all. But anyways, okay, so getting back on track. So to answer your question, Ocean, basically I'm predicting about a $5 growth every quarter. So every 3 months, our baseline goes up about $5. So if we start at January and we're worth $1. So by now we're worth a minimum of $6. So anything over $6 is hype. And then by the summer, end of summer, we're going up another 5. So basically the first doubling would be between January and the end of summer, when we gone from $1 to $5, 5 times increase. Then we're going from $6 to what the fuck is that? That's going to be oh man, 11. So that's going to be $21. Right? 6? Wow, my brain is not working. No, 6 plus 5 is not 21. Holy crap. That's 11. Yeah, 11. Holy crap. Why is my brain not working? Okay, so we're going to 11. And at 11, right, now you've 10 times your money since January, or you've almost doubled your money from now-ish, right? And so if 11's our baseline, we'll start playing at 13 and 14 by the end of summer because of our baseline hype. If we get more hype, we might hit 20, right? But that won't hold because it's way past our baseline. So anyways, that's the takeaway. So the more and more bad news we get, our baseline lowers. But we're still growing over time. Every day, AMC gets richer and stronger and faster and better, right? So the doubling will happen sometime in this year, and the better and faster we get, the sooner it happens. But by conservative estimates, I would say if you've already bought in January, you've already doubled your money. Actually, you've almost 3 times your money. If you bought in just today, you're probably going to have to wait till the end of fall or the end of summer to see 20 stable. And then it will fluctuate around 20, and then by the end of fall we'll probably hit 20. We'll be in 20 all the time, just like the weather, right? The weather goes all over the place, but eventually it stays within a certain temperature range for a bit before it moves on, right? So anyways, I can't predict when, but that's my best guess estimate. Yeah. So, well, that was a short-lived explosive outbreak there. So we broke out of a technical right here, and then we came back down. So hopefully we get another boost, and then we'll make the power N shape or S shape, and we'll take off. GME looked like they got a little bit of our action, where the Dow and the S&P, not so much. So just going to move these along. So it is looking positive. It's looking good. That's a good sign. Even though that retraction's a little heavy, it's still good to see that we have some life in our stonks. Finally, I figured out how to get rid of that. Nice. Now we have the whole real estate. Sweet. There we go. Much, much better. I'll just move these up so they're not, there's clarity. Good enough. Okay. Excellent. All right, so we're just going to ride this magical wave. So what we're trying to avoid is getting to 929, and that will give us a technical breakdown. 1030 right here is going to be our next point of contention. We'll just put a little Xaroo here. So we want to get as high as possible before we run afoul of that X. Yeah. And for those that are new, in the background or in the side there, in an effort to make your day go by a little bit better, I'm just playing some Space Engineers. I am constructing a cruiser right now, and we'll be flying around space looking for materials. And life will be great. Just adding solar panels to the roof of the battleship at this time. Or a cruiser, really. It's not a battleship, it's too small. The shooty vehicle. There's thrusters right here in these holes, so I have to avoid putting solar panels over them. Because of course that does not work out real well. Yeah, like that won't work. Poop. Ooh. I'll get rid of that. Perfect. And then and there. Do. Okay, we're going sideways. Let me adjust this so I can see the volume. Ooh, volume is 4.6, which means pretty low. We want to be 10 million by 10. So we're lower than 5, and means we're not even close. Okay, that should do. Ha 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 ha. Nice. Don't worry about it, Tom. Some people are a little bit anal retentive and defending of their favorite YouTube personalities. Plus, you know, they have a rule, especially AMC subreddit has a rule that you don't promote anybody. And then all of a sudden, it's like Trey's okay, Matt Khors is okay. It's like, oh, great. So you make a rule and it's everybody but you, right? It's like, okay, thanks for being a dick. Of course I'm day trading AMC. Just like every other person that says I'm not going to sell, but then secretly sells in the background, right? It's like, I'm just not going to hide the fact. You know, I'm in for the long haul for all those that are new, but I'm not, I don't hold all day, right? Well, I mean, I've been holding for 2 months now, but yeah, I don't hold all the time just out of, what's it called? Not even honor, out of spite. It's not spite, principle. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not an idiot. Plus, it's my money. I don't want to be an idiot with my money. Nor should you. But it's your prerogative if you want to be, right? Anyways, good. Well, I'm glad you got flamed, but you know, you can go tell them to suck a big 1111. I would if I could. Because there we go. Get that sweet solar. It's easy when you can just turn. There we go. charge up this ship a little. Oh, nice. How did you get permabanned? Oh, it's AMC stock. Okay. So yeah, AMC stock doesn't like me. Basically, the second most powerful moderator doesn't like me because I don't believe in hype. So this is why people leave AMC stock, because yeah, their administration is fucking shit. Bunch of children that are still fighting over Discord. Yeah, exactly. Um, it's nice to be with your fellow AMC people, but it's run by a bunch of children that can't even moderate a Discord, and they're fighting and infighting, and you don't need that kind of drama. So I still follow AMC stock, but yeah, it's garbage. The Reddit channel, for those that are new to the whole drama. Yeah, exactly, exactly. We do run the AMC chat here in the bottom. Eventually, we'll move on to something else. But it's nice to have some community feedback in the background, even if it's all just I want to do your mom and dicks and how they came and all this sort of stuff. It's 90% of it. Yeah, you can you can go and appeal it, because basically they're not supposed to give out perma bans, and two, people post links for Trey all the time. So it's like, you know, you're not even following your own rules. And that basically violates the Reddit principles, right? And you just got bullied and you just got hate speeched, right? Like, and now he was talking about me, but, he had basically attacked you for liking me. So then, it's the same as me like banning you because you like, you know, uh, a culture or a famous person. Be like, oh, no Martin Luther King's in here, you know. So it's really dumb, but they are strongly opinionated. So, anyways, too much drama for us. So, sorry about your band though. Yeah, exactly. Um, so I'm gonna go looking for minerals. We are going sideways, so nothing eventful yet. Yeah. Okay. Drills are on. Oh, that's on. Whoops. Okay. Do, 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 do. Did I forget to unload the vehicle? No, I unloaded the vehicle. Excellent. Okay, let's go mining. Mining we will go. So there's our ship. Let's go after this asteroid in front. Looks nice and big. Okay. So now we're just gassing it. And then we'll just 0G, so we'll just float. Okay, let's look at the stock. So we're almost breaking the bottom, unfortunately. 9.62, we're just past 10 o'clock. Yeah, not looking good. Okay. Mivis is still doing good times, tanking. Yeah, it looks like it's green in the UK, Germany. Yeah, so we should be having a good day. But it's definitely a low volume day. So I think it's anticipation leading up to the earnings, I think is what we're seeing. Of course, I'm speculating, right? But we've been decreasing slowly but surely volume leading up to earnings, which is both good and bad. Oh, yes. I did mention we were going to take a look at frig, what is it? So I remember I mentioned that we are having declining volume and we are oh boy, my memory's shit today. Anyways, we were going to reverse engineer that statement I said earlier, which I can't remember, but basically I was talking about the symptoms of a pennant. So when you're noticing a reduce in volume, you're seeing a tightening of the stock, we're trading pennies, right? That's all symptomatic of a pennant because you're getting tighter and you're getting more to a point. You're slowing down, you're thinking, you're pent up demand, right? It was all those descriptive words that I used to describe what's happening. And so that's letting us know that we're in an indecision point heading to a decision point. So I was going to go look for that pennant is what I was going to do. Going to do. Now, how do I turn back on the thingies? Here we go. That's not how I turn back this on. So I managed to hide it, and now I don't know how to get rid of them. Great. I guess if I do that, yep. Okay. So let's go find that wedge that I know most likely exists, or pennant. Let's go put this on the 1 hours so that it's a little less. Oh yeah, so there it is. So it's a wedge. Yeah, which makes sense because so hindsight's 2020, right? So we have a failed. I actually managed to draw straight today. Wow, I lost my memory, but my line was good. That was first. So this is it. There's that. Then there's also this. So we have this cup, which is completed. And then this little cup is completed. So this is all done. This failed, so we didn't get this. Instead, we got a roll. The roll probably ended right about here. And then this is us going into another pattern, which is instead of going up, we just kind of went down. Which lines up with more bad pandemic news, blah, 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 and earnings coming. So if everything was good, I would expect us to basically trend straight to the right, basically do nothing and trend sideways. But because we have a little bit of negativity, we're doing nothing, but we're trending downwards. And you can see that right now. We're doing absolutely nothing. There's no up and down of any motion, right? But we're just drifting downwards. So that just shows you indecision. So we're either in a channel or a pennant. So we could argue it's a wedge, right? We're basically on the bottom of the wedge right now, which is dangerous. and then the breakout point of the wedge, well, it's going to be earnings actually. So it's going to be, if we follow this line down basically, because we have no other highs, we're basically riding along the top of the wedge the whole time, or it's a channel if you put one on the bottom. Let's just erase that. Remove drawings. Let's get this a little bigger so I can draw and it looks a little less ridiculous. Okay, let's get trend line. So if we do this, right, and we do this, so this is our channel. This is incidentally our top as well, right? So that's correct. And then if I do this and attach it to here and attach it to, say, here, drag it out, there's our bottom of our channel. So if it's indeed a channel, we can actually go a little bit lower before we break down. But I would say we have this guy to deal with right here. And if we go below this guy, we're going to be in trouble. So our breakout is, though, quite easy, right? So this is end of day today. Yeah, this is May. This is actually going into far from now. Hold on. Let me get the 30-minute here. Okay, where's end of day today? It's the 6th. Come on, where are you on the chart? Why is it going from the 5th to the 30th? There's the 6th. Okay. The scale did not want to work with us today. So here's the 6th. So earnings will be reported then, and then they'll have their earning call at the end of the day. So basically the news will break some point during this this span of these two bars. So with that being said, we're currently on track to just do this all day. But if we break this line, it's probably going to be a little bit more excessive. So in an effort for us to make it, if it wants to make a decision here or here, let's say that's what the market wants, we're probably going to get a surge, but it won't be that high, but enough to keep us off this breakdown point. And then that will lead us into basically a U shape or a check mark after tomorrow or here, depending on when the news breaks. So that's my guess. But anyway, so yeah, whenever you see, non-moving indecision, right? It's basically there's a pennant or a wedge somewhere. This one's not great because it's not a classic pennant like this. There's a classic pennant right, or a classic wedge right there, right? This one's just a lot steeper, but it still exists. You also need to watch out for basically crown shapes too when you have a steep wall. But we basically went up in a triangle and down in a triangle. We didn't have a recovery here that would have gave us the steep crown breakdown. We did, though, easy come here, and we did have an easy go here. So we did still have kind of the mentality of the crown kicked in a little bit. But that's also too because we went one direction for too long. It's basically like going flat, right? There's no hope of going up, no hope going up. So your negativity will start increasing. As soon as it starts to level out, so it stops going down and starts going flat, then you'll see the greens get bigger. And, it's a little bit of self-fulfilling prophecy. When the greens get bigger, it will level out, yes. But once people buy in, more people will buy in because it's safer to do so. So, yeah, just like if it starts selling crazy, people get in and you get a panic sell, right? So that's where we are in the world. So we really don't want to go, into the 9s, 910, 908, 9 itself. That's where we don't want to go. As long as we can avoid that, then our breakout should be soon. And it should be good. Now, I don't know how big it would be. Usually it's about a third or a half of the initial downwards trend. So we'd be looking at 1050 would probably be the breakout. So you can actually see how that works out, right? If you know your patterns. So if we're going like this, right? And then we have a breakout that goes to half, we got a check mark. If that fails and comes right back, right? And then it goes back again, there's your W, right? If it goes and tries to go to half, but it takes its dear sweet time, right? It's taking its time to get to half, there's a U. If it doesn't fail, it completes, but it speeds up, U shape. If it does fail, it rolls, which is just what happened to us, which is actually what this is here. And then it may go into a W, which is what we might do, or it might go into prolonged whatever. So this guy would be this piece here, and then we can go into a W, or we can roll, or whatever, right? It's pretty simple shit. It's just a matter of trying to get into the mind of the people that are playing. Um, yeah, so yeah, unfortunately, we did not complete our U shape. The pressures that are basically shit on us at the halfway mark. And we basically, it's this here that I think nailed us. If we didn't have this, we would have probably gone up much higher. Um, but this alone doesn't stop us. It's the news and all the bullshit and all that other crap that basically killed us, right? Um, Stopped us from getting here. So yeah, now the question is, are we going to do a U? Are we going to do a check mark? Is that check mark going to then be a W? Or is it going to keep going? Or is it going to just be a power N shape? That would be the best. If all of a sudden, because of earnings, right, we just gas it. Once we get over 12, then we don't have much to do. Like we could go from 12 to 14 pretty easy. 12 is our bitch, but basically, if we can just get that gas, that's the power shape right there. So, and we have done this before. Like we came from 9 and we roared to 12, right? So it's not impossible. We just need people to stop sucking and love the bomb, essentially. But it looks like we may need the. Oh, we're at 6 million. We just gained 2 million in 15 minutes. Maybe things are picking up. Let's go look at the volume. Volume. Whoa. Volume. Why is caps locks on? Now, what this also might be is remember that 47,000 shares or 47 million shares are out there, right? They've only sold, let's see if they changed. Yeah, they've only sold 10 million of them. So we used to be 407 million. We're now 417 million. So 10 million have been sold. So there's 37 million shares out there that still need to be sold. So we might see that a lot of that come in today or tomorrow because the smart money's going to get in before earnings, right? They don't want to drive up the price, but if they know earnings is going to be good, and you see all the FUD, right, that's saying, earnings is going to be horrible and everybody's going to die and the world's going to end, that allows them to get in at a better price, right? Now, I'm not saying they're pushing the FUD, but they may have paid somebody to push the FUD, right? So, yeah. Anyways, so we're looking pretty good. We're holding our bottom line, and that's good. So it's really we just need to keep on trekking, and I think everything is going to be good in the end. I'm not really feeling too negative about our prospects. Which one do I want? This one. New price scale. New price scale. Oh, I just clicked the same one twice. Oh my god, am I drunk? My brain is not working today. Okay. Do 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 do. Wow, they are pretty following each other, eh? Look at that. So this is the Dow. This is the S&P. Let's flip S&P to the other side. Labels. Vert scale? No. How do I flip it to the other side? Stacks on the left. Okay. Oh, that's everyone. And AMC. Let's flip you to the right. Can I do that? Yeah, I can't do that. Sad pandas. Oh, actually, it's this. This is it. Aha. Okay. Labels. I think it's this one. There should be a flip. But there's a flip. All right. Well, anyways, I would think it would be nice if I could have the labels here, but it's not letting me. I'll just put AMC up top. Okay. There we go. Leave that there for now. Just taking a look. Hopefully you get unbanned. I wasn't following the chat there. Oh yes, Saudi Arabia opened up some AMC theaters. That is also a point of news that I forgot to mention. So people are hoping for some sweet, sweet Saudi dollars, and I'm like, oh, except if they wanted to, they could probably buy out AMC, right? So I don't know if you want that. Then the rules might change a little. It was bad enough being controlled by Wanda, right? Let alone being controlled by the Sauds. Okay, it looks like we're going for another technical breakout. That's good. Hopefully this one will hold. Okay, we'll get in a little closer here. We'll just adjust all of these guys so that they are a little more useful, if you will. Okay. There. All right. Yeah, you normally need candles so you can see the sticks, so you can see the resistance and the push. But because we're moving so slowly, um, it's not really a big deal. It's like as quoted earlier by Howard there, a couple of frogs fighting in the bottom of the well. Yeah, it's interesting to see the fight, but at the end of the day, they're going to still be dead frogs stuck in a well, so it's really irrelevant. Just added noise. But it does look like we're trying to break up and break out, so that's good. At least the stock isn't dead. So this should be where the breakout happens right now. We go up another penny, and it's basically being resisted. And the reason for that will be support lines if we go and look. Blah, 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 blah. But again, we don't care. It's just too small of a problem. But don't think it's just because we don't know. It's irrelevant at this time. Come on. Give it one more penny. You can do it all night long. Yeah. Yeah, you will see it is a U shape or a W shape. but the mentality is the same. Freedom of culture. Essentially, the sellers have backed off, and the buyers have gotten stronger. And then you're going to hit the shoulders of the middle piece or the starting collapsing point, and then that was the decision point for the sellers to get stronger. And in this case, the buyers are coming back. So now the buyers have to overwhelm the sellers that originally sold and make them into buyers or get them out of the way, stop them from selling again. So you got to either overpower them or go in such speed that you convince them to join you. And then that's kind of the mentality of a U shape, which is, if you've been following for a while, so one of the more dreaded shapes is the dome shape. So this is where the buyers have strength, and then around some point, the sellers take over. And it's very hard to escape that. A U shape is the same thing, just inverted. The sellers take over, but they don't have enough strength. So now all the sellers are gone, or all the paper-handed people are burned out. So now the buyers have very little resistance pushing up. And that's where we're seeing now. But when you hit the critical point of the shoulders, which is right here and right here, you basically have to make a decision if you're going to go up or are you out of steam. And then that's your short-term resistance point in this small technical, I guess is the word for it. Okay, let's switch places because you're evidently going down. Okay, so GME this is the S&P. This is GME. I'm gonna have to put labels on these. It's getting hard for me. Okay. This is S&P. There we go. Sweet. Yep, exactly. That's my bet as well, is that we'll see that fire kick in. Because the whole market itself is pretty slow. I was hoping, as I said at the very beginning, I was hoping the catalyst of sell in May, it's the fact that it's not panning out like people thought it would, is going to add. But it looks like it's still Sleepy Joe all day. Because we're not seeing any major flipping on the market. Like the NASDAQ was almost up 1%. Now they're at 0.1. The Dow was positive. Now they're negative 0.2. So they're not going horrible, but they're definitely not turning that frown around, right? I appreciate the sentiment. All you got to do is hold. It's relatively true. It's relatively true. It's much easier than working, you know. If you think about it, right? If you just ignore all the bullshit and all the hype and all the little moderators having a fit over at AMC stock, Reddit, at the end of the day, you just have to hold. And then life is good. All right, let's drill an asteroid with sharp, pointy teeth. I want to tilt that way. Okay. Vroom. Going to drill me an asteroid. Whoa, whoa, that's the problem. I need to pull backwards and tilt down. Tilt down, pull backwards. Shit. Down, 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 and tilt. There we go. Oh, it's because the mouse controls are inverted. That's why. I was pulling down, but I was actually pushing my nose up. Ah, stupid mouse controls. Okay, okay. I forgot they're inverted when you're inside a ship. There we go. Now I'm doing it right. So when you're mining, easiest way to mine is basically just get your drill stuck and then move up and down your spaceship. But you have to watch because as your drill hits something, right, you see how it pulls me forwards, but then you just correct by tilting backwards over time. Anyways, a little bit of space mining while if you're new to this channel, I built an AMC theater on Mars and Space Engineers. I'm right now just trying to get more materials from space. Yeah. I wouldn't read too much into the conspiracy theories about the hedge funds trying to do whatever because of the short positions. Because realistically, they know what they're doing. They may be a little bit screwed and they're trying to minimize their losses. That part is accurate. But to say that, their losses are so big and the world's going to end and all of that is a little excessive. And normally they never let that get that bad, right? Some of them, of course, make mistakes, right? But to say the whole industry is making the same mistake and that they're all going to do the same thing, it's way too big. So yeah, you can find one or two cases where what you're saying is quite true. They're struggling because they bet on Microsoft or Apple. Let's say they're betting on Apple going under because they're running out of ideas. And then Apple comes out with this breakthrough secret technology. So then they get dinged on that, right? Or maybe they're betting long. They put all their money into Tesla thinking it can only go up. And then boom, they get dinged on it. Or anybody that bought Dodge, it can only go up. It's already gone up so many bazillion percent. Okay, right? But eventually there's going to be the point where someone's going to buy in and get screwed. I.e. bag holders, right? And sometimes hedge funds are bag holders. But hedge funds have so much money that when they are bag holders, instead of dollar cost averaging, they can take out ads and they can make news to try to push the market one way or another to protect their position or get them out, right? So, and you saw that with Melvin Capital, right? As soon as GMA blew up, all of a sudden there was an army of bots, oh, sell now, this is ridiculous, whatever. And it's like, okay, so someone paid somebody to send out an army of Reddit bots to promote the message that GME was crap. And that was most likely the short sellers that are fucked. They got 3 days to cover. They're getting a margin call and they're fucked, right? So they're trying their best to mitigate. They're going to be fucked regardless, but they're going to be fucked less if people start selling, right? And if their FUD works, then they'll buy in even more and they'll drive the price down to cover their losses, right? So that's true, right? That does happen. That is market manipulation, right? But as long as the robots are not directly traced to you, you're probably going to get away with it, right? But that sort of stuff doesn't really happen on the grand scheme. It's one or two evil actors, right? Um, so when you're talking about market-wide criminality, it doesn't hold a candle. It's not true. Because it's just ridiculous to say that everyone in Wall Street is evil and every single one manipulates the market and controls the media and there's Jewish space lasers and whatever else you want to go on about, you know. Eh, that forest fires in California were all just a ploy. It's like, it's ridiculous, right? So, anyways, just keep that in mind. There is a shred of truth in there, but the whole, if it gets too big, it's generally garbage. Um, just like there's bad police officers, but to say every single one's a criminal, that's it's just stupid, right? It's not true. The successful people on Wall Street do cut corners, right? But many of them, just like doctors and all the other people that are true professionals, right? They have to make a profit, so they're driven to, cut corners. But at the end of the day, they don't want to lose their license or their livelihood. So even electricians and construction workers, they might use inferior products or they might choose to do one thing over another because it saves money. But they're always testing that line and trying not to cross it, right? So yeah, it's true. They're going to try to test the line, but it's not true to say that they're going to break every rule because they can, because that's not true at all. Yeah. Hell, if you're not trying to bend the rules and you're playing on the stock market, like look at all the people that fucking day trade. They get warnings all the time, right? You're a pattern day trader, and they're like, "Too bad, I don't care," and they got their accounts locked. Or how many people get margin called, right? All these new retail traders, all of those people are breaking rules, fundamental rules, and they're like, "I don't fucking care," right? Sometimes you get that with professional stockbrokers as well, right? So the retail investor's no saint. They're in the same problem. But we don't talk about them too much. Um, okay, I'm full up. Yeah. Anyways, just keeping it all in perspective. I don't know what. Oh, pattern day trader. Uh, sort of. I wouldn't say it's made to fuck retail. It's more retail's not supposed to trade unless they have $25,000 in equity, and then that's there to protect the day or protect retail investors from fucking up the market, and it's also to protect them from losing all their money because they don't know what they're doing. But more so, it's probably to stop them from fucking up the market by being irrational and weird and dumb, and they just spin it as we're here to help you, which, yeah, they don't care about you. They care about you breaking things, but it's definitely not there to fuck you, though. If you don't have $25,000, you really shouldn't be on the stock market. But, you know, people nowadays, they all want to be an activist. They all want to be part of the bigger picture. So now everyone's a stockbroker, or at least anyone that's in our circles, right? Because now it's a thing. It's a meme, right? But the financial world is like, used to be those people that sit in dark corners and don't talk to anybody and study numbers, right? So this is a very secluded, non-sexy, non-flamboyant world of accountants and number crunchers. So they love rules and they love structure, right? So we retail investors bring chaos, and so there's going to be some pushback because retail investors are not the smartest. Yeah. You could look it up, the reasoning behind the 25K, but I think they just had to draw a line in the sand. So they just said, okay, the average American makes 40,000 a year. Half of that is 20, rounded up a little, 25. Yeah. Well, bots can easily have um, more than $25,000. But yeah, there could be. You make a point, Cedra. There could be a reasoning behind the high frequency was about the same time that rule was made, if I recall correctly. Because the original barrier to entry, I think, for the stock market was 100,000, and then they lowered it to 50, then lowered it to 25. Um, I can't remember. I looked this up a long time ago, and you can Google it if it's important to you. But yeah, I think it was 100K was the original barrier to get on. Because actually, the real original, you had to be a licensed trader on the floor. Then they digitalized it, and so anybody could get in as long as you had enough money. You could get in because they didn't want riffraff fucking up the whole market. So you had to get a broker to sponsor you. Then banks started to open up. We'll sponsor anyone, and I think the limit was 100K or 50K at that point, and then that proves your worth, that you have enough money to be worth the stupidity and chaos you cause, right? And then it was like, well, retail investors will just spend money on anything. Let's get them all in and we'll just deal with the chaos, but look at all that fresh money. And so the barrier gets lower and lower. And then they allowed discount brokerages, and then they allowed the Robin Hoods, where they're just allowing anybody with 10 cents to buy a fractional share. Like, that's unheard of. You can't buy a fraction of a fucking share. But they made it so that anybody with, quarter in their pocket can, I'm on the stock market. And then that caused untold chaos. And we're living in that right now, right? Um, but that's kind of a brief history of that. Um, but anyways, yeah, that's keep it all in perspective, right? We're 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 basically the scum of the pond to the financial industry. So until you're 100,000, 500,000, million, they don't even know you exist. And then once you get into the multi-millions, your bank knows you exist. Once you get into the billions, then Wall Street knows you exist. But billions and trillions, is what Wall Street deals in. So unless you're packing a couple of million, which you might be, I don't know who you are that's listening, you're not even in the same scope as Wall Street plays in. You're just some number on a spreadsheet somewhere. So don't forget your place. But that doesn't mean we can't get rich. It just means we're insignificant, which is good because it means no one's out to kill us, per se, directly. Oh, someone called me. 1 second. Sorry about that. I just had an investor call me. Um, just transferring over some money. Um, I invest for a few people, partly because I'm already doing the legwork. So if I go up 10%, might as well we all go up 10%, right? All right. What do I need to do? I need to transfer this money, and where is it? Oh my god. Just give me a second here. Oh, and for those that are new, or those that are old and that love me long time, uh, the GoFundMe's ending today, hopefully, to get me a sexy microphone so I don't sound like whatever this is. I don't know. Apparently, I don't sound great. So, um, anyways, if that's something for you, that we'll get that cleaned up as soon as possible too. It's that's a fan-driven thing. It's not me. I think I sound okay, but everyone seems to disagree. It's still transferring. Okay, I gotta wait for that money to settle. But yeah, I'll post the link again, just in case that's something you want to get in on. If you like what I do, um, and you got a few cents to throw my way, no obligation, but will get me all sexy sounding. We'll get the deep presence voice so that I can sound like this. So while you're working and on your drive at 5, you'll get to hear this coming from the sweet, sweet Wall Street. This track, AMC Rocket Man. Yeah. Good times. Oh, and what Excedra talking about there is, yeah, discount brokerages. You got to watch. They they like to hide their fees. Um, it's like a good example, like Uber Eats. So Uber Eats is like, oh, it's only $5 delivery, but all the prices for everything has gone up about $1. So for every item you buy, they take 20%. They nickel and dime you, right? So at the end of the day, you're like, oh, it's free shipping or it's discount shipping. It's so cheap, but you're getting fucked. Um, so don't be fooled by bullshit, which is like the moral of this channel, and it exists in the financial world as well, right? Not just the retail consumption world. Yeah. All right. So we're going sideways. There is some pretty big buy-in, well, really big asks here. Am I frozen? I look like I'm frozen. No, they're just duking it out. Yep. Okay, that's moving. So right now they're fighting at the sub penny level. So there's a little, to use my Dragon Ball Z reference, they're basically moving so quick you don't see them, sort of deal. Yep. This is the no bullshit channel. Every day, 9:30 to 4. Brr, 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 more fire. Yeah. And if you post me on AMC stock, the Reddit, I will get you banned because I am too hot to handle. He's on fire with my soundboard. Yeah. People just can't handle the truth. Can't stop the signal. Yeah. Well, we're going to get rich or die trying. So I'm looking forward to buying my option contracts today, or I'll buy them tomorrow. Actually, I should ask you, Cedra. Cedra, are you here? Since you're the wise man of options. I know stocks and I know human psychology, but I don't have years of experience in options. I've just avoided them because my bank is really weird and confusing. So, all right. So, question. So, I'm so yeah, the scenario earnings is coming up tomorrow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hedge against. I'm going to become a hedgy. So tomorrow I'm going to hedge against loss by not buying stock today, but buying options to buy the stock for Friday close. So the premiums will go down towards Friday, but I need to buy these on Thursday, which is basically the day before Friday. So is it smarter to buy the options now today and pay a higher premium because there's a time issue, right? Or do I buy them tomorrow and then when the stock goes wild, I get a larger amount? The problem is though, because as you get closer and closer to end, right? Unless you get intrinsic value, there's almost zero volume zero value in the option left, right? So I'd be relying like 100% on intrinsic value to make money because there's no money on my option becoming more valuable, right? So I'm guessing it's better to buy it as close as possible to earnings so I pay less because I don't care about my option contract adding value to my um, profit, right? I think I have that right. Whereas if I buy further out and the stock goes wild, my option is worth more via intrinsic value and the option is more valuable. So you get all that piling up on you, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And then that's correct, right? So yeah, if I think the surge is going to happen today, obviously you want to buy as low as possible, right? Yeah. Okay. I like it. Yep. Exactly. Okay. Good. Okay. My mindset is right. Good. So that's the game plan. So I now have another $5,000 US ready to rock and roll as soon as it settles. And we're going to get that into option land. Good. So that's the game plan. So today is just a wait and see. But if I see it starting to go, then maybe I'll buy in today or just let it go and one day before earnings make a shit ton of money because those options are going to be so cheap. I seem to have lost some thrusters. Where are my upwards thrusters? Did they all break? Wait a second. What the fuck? Did I lose a whole arm? No. No, that's right. There's these guys. Oh, there they are. Oh, I was on the underbelly of the ship. Oh, stupid me. Okay. Why can't I push down? Oh, it's because I weigh a lot. Oh, yeah. Stupid inertia. Inertia's a bitch. Trying to move from a static position is impossible. So see, I can't wiggle. But if I put some forward motion, see, I can wiggle much better. It's inertia for you. Objects in rest, stay at rest. That's what's going on. I need to get to the other side of the ship. Okay. Yeah, perfect. And theta is the measure of the stock price in relation to time decay, right? So if the price doesn't change, this is what's going to happen. Yeah. Yeah. Delta is the amount, and theta is the application of that amount, I believe. I think. Which is why the theta gang is so popular. Or it's the other way around. Maybe theta is the amount and delta is the application of the amount. I don't know. I'm new to options. I'd have to Google this to be completely accurate. Yeah. Okay. So delta is the application of the amount against price motion. I thought delta had time. Oh, but maybe delta decays over time, and then that's theta. Theta represents the actual amount of the decay. Delta decays over time, so that, oh yeah, there we go. Now I got it. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, well, delta changes over time, right? That's what I was getting hung up on. Delta's time dependent. It's derived from its place in time, right? Yeah, and then gamma shows you how much it will decay over time. Delta is the current marker of what would happen if it moved $1. And then gamma shows you the decay over time. And then theta is showing you what then, if that's gamma? Theta is showing you the amount that the decay would be if the price didn't move. So it's a subset of. Oh no, I guess it's not a subset. It's basically another facet of the time decay. If I got this right. Learning your Greeks are important. Right. Okay. Yeah. So theta is the base flat time decay. Gamma is the decay off of delta, and delta is the how much it would move if the time changed. Yeah, these are your Greeks. They're not super important, but if you're going to be an option trader, you better know them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just a little rusty. Again, not a lot of. I've read a lot of books on options, but it's you got to put that stuff into practice, or it's it's just words. Uh, where's the hookup point on this ship? No, if it stagnates, theta would be the contributing murdering point. The delta would go down because it's dying, right? So the delta showing you how much you would get if the price moved. So it's going to go down, but it's theta that's the true number, right? Theta shows you the result of time death. If the price moves, gamma is showing you the subset of delta that relates to time, but delta will be the amount that would change the contract price. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Overkill. That's what this channel is all about. Stocks is so much easier than options. Technically, options have less risk than stocks, but at least with a stock, if you buy a company and the company is not shitty, you can always wait out your short-term losses, right? Where options are all or nothing, but you can limit the nothing part to a certain amount. So, yeah. Yeah, and theta, if I got that right, theta will decline as it gets closer and closer to the deadline. So the effect of the time decay does more and more to a stock, but the physical number gets smaller, right? Because if you go from 2 to 1, that's a 50% decline, right? So it goes 4, 2, 1. That'd be a constant 50% decline. But it will probably go 5, 4, 3, 3, 2, 1. And then, of course, as it gets closer, it's decelerating in size, but it's actually increasing in what the hell is it? The perceived size is smaller, but the actual size is bigger because it's heading to 0. So if it's trying to maintain its spacing, it'll look like it's slowing down, but it's not. It depends. I think it maintains a constant rate. Well, yeah, theta can't be positive. How the hell can theta be positive? That would be weird. Yeah, actually, remind me, is theta constant or does theta accelerate or decelerate on its way down? I think it accelerates, doesn't it? So the actual amount gets smaller and smaller that it does, but if you look at it on like a chart, is it accelerating? Do, 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 do. Well, I didn't know you were trying to learn options there, Daryl. Um, yeah. Okay. So I'm just making sure what I know is correct. Just validating my position so I don't give out bad information. That's good. Okay. Yeah, I was quite sure theta ramps up. So when you're really far out, the time decay is minimal. But as you get closer and closer, the time decay gets more aggressive. And you could say that in other words, that theta basically gets bigger and bigger and heavier in the amount it moves. Even if the actual number looks like it's getting smaller and smaller, but it's actually getting bigger and bigger in percentage that it changes. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You're not going to get. So Daryl makes a good example for those people that are new. You're not going to just become rich overnight by listening to YouTube talking heads. You got to put in some effort, right? Um, but yeah, very, very good information here. We're living up to our channel standards in broadcasting, our broadcasting standards here. Okay, I think I can see that from space now. All right, now I won't have trouble finding it. Huzzah! It's almost like landing lights are a thing. And all I need to do is get them to change color when I get close enough, and that would be kind of cool. All right, so where are we now? Let's take a look at the volume. We are at 9.7, 10 million. Oh, we just had a spike. We just got a 1 million spike. Okay. When did that happen? Um, it's not showing up on my volume radar, but the key stat volume just updated. I don't know how delayed that thing is. I think it updates like every second. Yeah, see? And it jumped 1,000,000, but I'm not seeing it on the volume, so it might be delayed. This volume might be delayed, and then it was reacting to something. There's nothing on here that says million. Like this is only 6,000. This is nothing. And this one here is 7,000. So for those that are new as well, this volume is just relative. It's not actually 6,000. But you can think of it as a 6 versus a 1 is 6 times the amount. It's relative, right? So, and we usually trade around, 3,000 or less. Anything under 1,000 is really low. 3,000 is kind of low. 5, 6 is normal. And then when you get into the 220s and higher, that starts to become extreme. 60,000, 110,000. 110,000 is multi-million or close to $1 million. And we're watching in the minutes. So whenever we get into the 100,000s, which is rare, that's someone dropping like $1 million on the market all at once, which is insane. And usually nothing good comes after that. It's just total chaos. But yeah, we'll see. So, anyways, that's what we're up to. We're just trucking along, having another day of sideways motion. For those that are driving or maybe napping at this moment, we are negative 1.2%. GME is positive 0.63%. The Dow is recovered from, well, it was positive, went negative, and now it's 0.13. S&P 0.23, and the NASDAQ 100 0.52% positive. And we came out of our dip with pretty much nothing to really talk about, which is good. Our dip was nothing, so we didn't go into Badlands territory, which is what we want to avoid. And we're now floating around 927, which is good. If we just float here all day, that's good. But if we float higher, that would be better. But let's not jinx. Not that I believe in that, but you know, way things are going, just let them go. Yeah. All right. Oh, that's just hit my solar panels off the side of the shit. Okay. Okay. Switch to landing camera. Just make sure I'm flat. Come on, rotate. That initial inertia is horrible. Okay, there we go. Okay. So if we can get up another 4 cents, we might get a technical breakout. Bingo. All right, successfully landed. Not bad. That makes it easy when you have a camera. Okay, so then we get one more cent. This might be our little bit of a technical breakout. Now, seeing how the markets are all going green, even GME's going green, we're probably overdue for green ourselves. So we should see a ramp up in volume, which is sort of coming. Let's see this bad boy break out. Yeah, so we basically made a W shape here. And then this is going to be our breakout, which will then bring us back to 937 if we can get the energy. Let's trade spaces with GME because we need the height. Yeah, okay. Good, good. Mm-hmm. And if any of you guys have space engineers, you can actually join the game here that's being streamed. It's a semi-public server. Just mention in the chat, and we'll get you the information. If you want to fly around space or visit the AMC theater on Mars, you do that too. Whatever works for you. Mm-hmm. So we're still trying to get over 930. So till we do that, we're not going to get our breakout. Unfortunately, but dem the brakes. Okay, now we're going to go for another try. Come on. Sweet, sweet money. The hell is there a hole here for? Oh, I'm missing a window. Well, that's not good. What's the point of security if you don't have any security? It's the bridge of the frigate. I should put blast windows or cameras, but I kind of like to, stand on the bridge and watch the asteroids go by as you smash into them like the Titanic. Okay, so we got 931. Okay, there's 32, so this should kick it off. Come on. There you go. So we are now at 34. So there's your breakout. So that might be the extent of the boost, but seeing how the volume's ramped up, we might keep going. The next major point is 34.9 and 38.7. So there's a little bit of resistance here at 34. So we'll just put a little green line there. That's our next hurdle. This looks like it's just us. Aside from the Dow going up, we're pretty much on our own here, which makes sense because we're still negative when everyone else is green. So we're just playing catch up. Oh, my bad. I'm trying to put a window in. Right. All right, good window. Oh. Okay, so I need to get the climate control working today. Let's start by putting gravity in. Now the risk here is that my ship is going to come flying off the side. Let's take a look at it. Where's my ship? Where's the Stargazer? Oh, right there. Okay. Blends in pretty good. Okay, let's see if this pulls my ship right off. Nope. It's holding. Excellent. Okay, good. Gravity is a nice thing. Oh, you want a lemon 100? Yeah, we could get our cultish lemon out. There you go. Do 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 do. Ba-da-bum bum. So we're just going to keep testing that line until we get either the volume or buying strength, ultimately, if you want to summarize, to bust through. Do 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 do. Okay. So what you're seeing here is me on the thing in the bottom left corner. I'm digging out the piping, the channels for all the supplies that come out of the main hold to feed the automatic turrets and weaponry. The fuzzy red is the heavy armor, and the silver stuff is the light armor. So the ship is built in layers so that you can tell when you see silver, your red armor has been ripped away. And then I'm going to rebuild this layer a little lower. And that's what we're up to, while we wait for this stock to go to the moon. There's Tom's reiterating the GoFundMe, if that's your jam. or even if it's not your jam. Let's see here. Conveyor belts. Whoop. That's not it. Control. Nope. Wrong key. Oh, these guys are detached. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Okay. So this will provide oxygen pressurization for the bridge. So if everything goes to hell, at least the people on the bridge will be the last to suffocate, which is, important. Okay. And then this is for the rest of the bridge. Since there's glass that seals the two rooms. All right. Oh, no. How do I get rid of... There we go. Okay, I want to look at the stocks. So we're at 10 million at 11, so really slow day. GME hasn't moved. Dow has improved a tiny bit. NASDAQ has declined. I think, yeah. And the Dow, yeah. Yeah, the NASDAQ, I believe, was at 70 points, and now it's 60 points. This is flat. Everyone else is pretty much green. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's almost like Roblox sucks. Called it. Now, where's my Roblox? I'm currently making $6,000 US on Roblox. And at AMC, I'm down 102,000 on paper trading. But I previously had a positive almost half a million. Oh, those dreams. And my short on can is paid out. I'm going to close that position. Yeah, just because I'm going to get rid of some of these. So I still think Roblox is going to go down some more. But I don't want to watch these anymore. Fuck it, I'll get out. Okay. That's not bad. So I started at $1,000 at the start of last month or this month. Can't remember. No, it's last month. So last month I started over at $1,000. So I've doubled my money already. Yay. Sorry, 100,000. Now I'm at 218,000. Now if I can just get my real money back so I can do that for real, that'd be great. I'm going to probably just quickly grab some food since we're not going anywhere fast. You're not going to miss anything if you need food as well. We're in between a channel right now, so we're just trucking along sideways. But at least we're at 9:30, so that's good. We're not treading zero. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Those aren't real. That's paper trading. But it's all about percentages, right? It doesn't matter if you have $1 or 100,000 million. If you make 1%, you make 1%, right? It's just the impact is felt bigger because when you go to use that money to buy something, there is a difference between $1 and $1 million. But on the stock market, don't ever care about when people quote numbers. When they say, I made $1 million. If they say, okay, I made $1 million, well, what was your initial investment, right? Oh, it was 100 million. Oh no, shit! At that point, I've already made, you know, 3, 4, 500 times more than you. You know, um, so always care about percentages. What's your percentage? That's what you want to know. Numbers mean nothing. Anyways, I'm going to quickly microwave some food, and I'll be right back. And we're on suicide watch day 14 now, I think, of AMC. But luckily, earnings is coming soon, so hopefully this will all be over soon in a positive way. Oh no, AMC Epstein. The Clintons got to you. Rip. All right. Just had some hot dogs on cinnamon bread. It's great. Well, it was weird, but great. Okay. So it looks like we didn't even attempt, excuse me, to hit the 3-4 line. All right. We'll just keep giving it time. Ah, welcome, Zeus. Stay a while. Yeah, no, it's definitely it's the slow Rogan experience today. uh, but yeah, it's the day before earnings, so either it's super chaotic or this, and the volume is almost pitiful. We're at 11 million, and we're almost I wouldn't say a full half a day in, but almost, right? So it's definitely the slow Rogan experience. Yeah, there is a manipulation of the market to that extent, but yeah, it's not to the extremes that people like to promote. There is definitely manipulation. There's legal manipulation. You know, they're just suggesting that you should pay attention, that your stocks are at risk, right? It's not their problem if you freak shit out, but that's about as far as they can go. If they go any further, then it's going to get criminal, right? So it's not their problem you're an idiot and you fall for it. But then that's kind of just like, oh, I left a gun on the table. It's not my fault someone shot themselves with it. It's like, yeah, but if the gun wasn't there, right? But that's kind of the whole argument. Are you responsible by proxy? And then they would argue no. And I would argue, yeah. Actually, the Canadian government would argue yes as well, which is why this kind of shit doesn't happen too much here. Because you basically are responsible for the outcome of your actions, which is why we have manslaughter and all these other laws that are very similar. Yeah, you didn't kill the person, but you put in motion what killed the person. So as a result, you're responsible. Which is why I have to watch. You know, if I say, hey, buy this stock because it's awesome, and it turns out it's not awesome, I'm responsible, technically, which means you could sue me, which is why, you know, the whole financial, I'm not a financial advisor bullshit everyone says, because you can legally sue me. So, especially in Canada, a place of not a lot of lawsuits. So, please don't sue me, but keep that in mind, right? Big corporations don't want to get sued either. But, you know, what's $1 million lawsuit when you made $5 billion? So, got to weigh that out as well. Yeah. Yes, criminal negligence is a different subset. Manslaughter is, you know, a little bit similar, but criminal negligence is more negligence. Um, where manslaughter is technically due to negligence, but more direct consequence of your stupidity. Yeah. No, I have no Dodge. A few people here do. I'm out of crypto just because it's not easy to buy in Canada. Um, I could join up like with Wealthsimple or some shitty discount brokerage here, but then it would just be a fucking mess, and I really don't want to sign up with Robinhood, essentially, of Canada. So I'm out of the crypto game. I just do stocks, and that's enough action generally for me. I mean, when stocks are going fast, it's too much work. I want to, enjoy some of my day. I want to build space engineer thingies in space. So, crypto has no end. I would burn out, I think. Um, do. Yeah, well, it's most likely the case. You're not foolish for thinking Dodge is going to be pumped and dumped. The question is who's going to do the pump, or who's doing the pumping and who's going to do the dumping. It looks like the owners of Dodge, because 70% of all Dodge is owned by what, 4 people, 7 people, right? So they might be doing the initial pumping, but now it's the 70 or the remaining 30% or whatever doing the pumping, right? So is any big players doing the pumping, right? And then they'll be the ones that pull out, or one of those 7 will sell off 10% of Dodge, starting off the chain reaction, right? So I don't know who it's going to be, but yeah, you're definitely you're right. People are going to be bumping it up, because why not? Dodge is so great. It's a guaranteed return. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, nothing's guaranteed. Um, I don't think the people that are doing Dodge are in there to scam people, but they could be, right? I don't know. You don't know unless you know them. um, but I think they're trying to, go somewhere with it. So I don't think they're ready to pull the plug, because they want, the fame, the notoriety. Then they'll pull the plug once people don't care anymore. The joke's over, basically. You could think of it that way. It's like, okay, we had our fun. Nobody cares about Dodge anymore. They're going to sell off while the getting's good. The second it slows down, right? So that's when you should start to worry. And that's the same thing about AMC too, right? The fun's over. AMC's not the poster child anymore. Blah, blah, blah. So then you get a severe reduction in ownership of shares, right? The good news with at least something that's not fictitious, right? In the case of AMC, there is an underlying company that's growing. So even if people don't like it anymore, it doesn't fucking matter. The company is still going to grow, right? So it does matter a little bit. Like if they really hate the company, if nobody wants it, it's toxic, then you got a problem. But it's hardly that. We're hardly anywhere near that, right? But just keep that in mind. Crypto is based on nothing. It's just, ghosts. I mean, arguably, yes, it's the technology, but you're basically basing all of its hype on uptake, demand, love. And love can be restricted. Hype can end. So keep that in mind. Play safe. Use stock protection. Yeah. Well, there's no way to prove if it was. I don't think. Is there any way to prove if it was? No, I don't think there is. So if there was naked shorting, that all has to be resolved in a certain period of time. And there would be no way for us to. Yeah, there might be a way, but I don't know of a way for us to tell regular shorts from naked shorts. I don't think that's available to anyone really. That would probably be somewhere. The markets might know. I don't know if it's published though. But anyways, there's probably naked shorts. It's quite possible. There won't be naked shorting. That's illegal. of stock, but you could have uncovered option calls, which is basically naked shorting. But naked shorting in stocks has been illegal since 2008 or 18. 2008 or 2018? No, one of the two. I think it's 2008 because it perpetuated that crash. So, yeah, good times. So it's not to say it's not, but the likelihood is very low. All right. There is a way to tell synthetic, so that's what they refer to as naked. Naked shorts. I got to remember all these terms. There is a way to tell, but that's not available to anyone really. It shows up. You can see shorting if you have the like Ortex data, or you have a. I don't know. No, it won't show up on level 2. You have to have, I think, a Bloomberg terminal sort of thing, or whatever that data stream is, and you can see who is placing the orders, and then you can see if they're shorts, because I think shorts are marked. So there's a difference between selling and shorting, and the market is told there's a difference. Because previously, way back in the day, there's no difference between selling and shorting. Shorting's just you're just selling without having the stuff, right? But now shorts can be long term. It's not just 3 days. You can hold on to them forever as long as you borrow the shares. So that trail of borrowing, I'm pretty sure you can see that. I think I've seen that data. And if he doesn't borrow, then you have to just guess he doesn't have it, or he does have it. So I don't know if you can pick out. You can't pick out the naked part, but I think you can pick out the shorting part. And then the machine knows, or the great market knows, how many shares are outstanding, how many shares have been shorted, but it doesn't know until those people come up empty-handed, which is the failed to deliver, that they have or don't have it. Yeah. So the synthetics, you can tell how many shares are being created based on doing simple math, right? You could see that there's so much shorting, but there's only so many available shares, right? So at some point, you know that if there's only 10 apples and all of a sudden there's 20, that half of these apples aren't real. Which ones, we don't know, but we know that there's a problem here, right? Now, it's not that extreme, right? But that's the way you can tell synthetics. But you wouldn't be able to tell who put in those apples, or if those apples are just in transit. You could probably find out who owns those apples. You could maybe do some forensic going back, but all of this is outside of the scope of a retail investor. I mean, this is kind of the stuff you would do when you know a company is lying, they're going under, the board of directors are sweating bullets, but they put on a happy face, i.e. Enron. Then you might be doing this. You might be digging into their financials and going, wait, the numbers don't add up. You said you made $5 million, but you only spent $1 million. So there's $4 million, but you didn't do anything with it, and your bank accounts haven't moved. So where is that money, right? that's outside of the scope of, what we need to do. So, yeah. Um, and in the grand scheme of things, if you have synthetic shares, right, the person that sold them to you has to resolve that in 3 days. So he has to either borrow the shares and give them to you, or he has to buy them and give them to you, or something. But at the end of the day, you're going to have real shares. I should say potentially at the end of it all. Now, if he borrowed fake shares from somebody else, and you just keep borrowing, and as long as 3 days you give the other person the IOU, and he gives that IOU to someone else, so eventually that chain's going to collapse, and you'll eventually get your shares, because you technically have shares, real shares, but they're actually an IOU. And then if it gets all the way to the end and the guy doesn't actually have the shares, then there's a problem in the market, right? Um, but I think nowadays you're just given borrowed shares, so you have to have the physical shares in your possession. So if the synthetic share can't exist in your possession, but you can think of it as that share is owed to somebody. So he took out a loan and gave you the loan money, and they're just moving the debt around to the next person, right? But you don't care because you have the shares in your possession, right? I think that's how it works. Because I think you have to be all settled up in 3 days, which means you will have to have the physical shares in your possession. So after 3 days, you don't need to worry. It's the guy who loaned, then he has to buy from someone else who might have bought from someone else, and that might be a loan. And then it ends up, cascading and exploding, right? Yeah, I think that's how that works. I'm a little rusty on that, but if I'm remembering correctly, yeah, everything's got to be settled up. Um, Basically 2 days after 3 days total. Uh, yeah, so don't really worry about synthetics. That's the moral of the story here. It's only a bigger problem on the macro economical scale. That's the stuff governments worry about. They don't want their economy being basically people moving debt around because you're producing fake wealth. You're producing money from nothing. And so when someone calls you on your nothing, well, nothing of nothing is still nothing. So you're fucked because you think you have all this stuff, but it's just because you moved it around so much and there's duplicates. And that's problematic. Especially, so if no one lies, everything is good. But if someone's lying, right, then you get into the mortgage crisis that America just went through, right? So someone made up a turd, passed the turd around. They're basing their value and their wealth off of that turd. And then turns out that turd is worth a lot less than they thought it was because it's a turd. And as a result, they don't have the money they think they had. So all the stuff that they bought on credit, basically, they don't have the money to back it. And when their creditors find out, they go, "Holy fuck, son! No, you're gonna pay us." And they go, "Well, with what money?" And they're like, "Well, go find it." And it's like, "Well, I can't." And then their creditors come and say, "So you made that stupid loan, and he's not paying. Where's our money?" "Well, I can't pay either." "Well, I can't pay my creditors." And then all of a sudden, it cascades into an unholy mess, and you know, Middle America pays for it, basically. And so that was the financial crisis in that's 2008, I believe. Yeah, I think that's what it was. The turd burglars all around. So, anyways, that's what they're trying to avoid. So that's what the new DCC rule is. Is just to, if you're gonna short, which is perfectly fine, just fucking keep track of it and don't tell us a month later that you fucked up. We don't want to find out after a month of damage that you don't have your money anymore because you screwed up. Just report it early, and we try not to be mean to you. And then that's it. That's all that is. So anyway, so hopefully that answers your question. It's a little bit, probably more than you wanted, but it kind of covers all the angles and follow-up questions. Canadian real estate's a whole different story. Don't even get started on that one. That's a byproduct of foreign ownership, basically. We need the money, but at the same point, we need them to fuck off because our locals, we're poorer than Asia. So we have less relative wealth in Canada, just like Americans. Your relative wealth is actually quite low. You're making tons of money, but it costs you so much to live, right? And so that then basically results in people that have more purchasing power kicking your ass around the block. Um, and that's what's happening in Canada. So sucks to be us, but oh well. So we need the money because foreign investment's great, which is why I'm on the U.S. stock market. The U.S. loves my money, right? More the merrier. But at some point, though, if your locals can't play or can't buy a house, you got to look at that and take a sober look. And that's where Canada is right now. We're transitioning between this is great to okay, maybe not so great. So, yeah, exactly. Anyways, them the brakes. So we're still going sideways, just trucking along. Nothing to write home about. Okay. And I appreciate the 25 people that are still with us today. Even though it's a slow day, you're still sticking with us. I appreciate it. You're keeping it real, as Dave Chappelle would say. Oh, it's not going to let me do it. Okay. Oh, it's because I had it backwards. Now, anyways. Has over 3 million shareholders. I don't know what you're saying with Jorgen. You mean followers? Okay, let's adjust this. since we're starting to go off the side of the screen. S&P's doing good. Dow's doing great. And GME has exited top stage right. Okay. There we go. Hey, see you in a bit. Yep, just a slow sideways day. Not much we can do about it. Oh, I know what I should do. There, that's what I want. Oh, it's not going to let me. I have to use a full size panel. Okay. Sucks. Actually, let's put the panel here. There we go. Okay, so now press button, doors open and close. Excellent. Okay, so we're still just trucking along. Let's get that lemon out of the way so I can see. Oh, That's nothing important then. That's actually pretty low. I actually would have thought we were higher. So that means of the 417 million shares, it's divided over 3 million people. So that's pretty low. But all the shares aren't gobbled up, so it's not a big deal. But, I mean, I guess that's bigger than a lot of companies. Definitely not GE or Microsoft or whatever, right? You know, there's 7.8 billion people in the world or something like that, and they've captured 3 million of them. It's like, it's not huge. You know, I think if you look at the Fintel, the top 10% owners, or people, sorry, the people that have over 5% is about 20 or so firms, I think. So they are diversified, but of those firms, like Vanguard makes about 3 of them. So it's not exactly 20 exact different people. Well, it's still cool news nonetheless. It's better than having all your shares held by 5 people, right? That's what you don't want. Because then that ends up being, one of them decides they don't want to play anymore and your share price goes down 40%, right? So it's better to be spread out than it is to be concentrated. Yeah. And I was hoping that AMC over Manhattan would have a greater impact. So if you look at Reddit right now, right, that everyone's flipping shits that it's going to change the world, but we're still down 1%, while the rest of the market is up 0.5% or more. So clearly, all these people on Reddit are, championing that they have the ability to change the world, but they're clearly out to lunch. They're overestimating their strengths. All right, time to switch to controller mode. I need to take a lay down. So it'll be nice when Reddit starts. It's less wishful thinking and more actual doing. That will be nice. It was impressive back in January. Now it's just kind of sad. Whoops. Oh, I can't see. Okay. We're testing the 930 again. So we might get a second stab at going to 934, which is our next breakout line. If we slowly get there. I think it's 1, 2, 3. It's going to be here. Let's find out. It's 2 squares. 2. The other one is here. 1, 2. Okay. Still sideways. Nothing to report. Markets are flat and stable. I can't, man. I'm not here to blow smoke up your bum. I mean, enjoy it. It's still not horrible. It's good. It's nice to hear that we have, diversity. And it is something for our relatively small company, right? We're only $4 billion. It's relatively small. When you think of like multi-trillion-dollar behemoths, like, Jesus. We're not there. Exactly. Oh, it's not no negativity. It's not like abandon all hope, ye who enters. No, it's just, don't get too excited. It's nothing important kind of deal. That's all. If it required hope abandonment, I would let you know. I would be like, for example, when I woke up to someone posting a Trey reaction video, and it's the moment you notice that AMC is more shorted than GameStop, and it's like, it doesn't fucking matter. But then he's just going to town on it, and it's like, how is this helpful to anyone? That people are like, if he's reacting, then I should react. And it's like, no. Garbage in, garbage out.
So bad. Anyways, that's why today's description is reiterating the channel. It'll get better as this stock picks up. But the whole market's going sideways, so aside from Dodge, I'm guessing there's probably nothing really going on today, which sucks. But that's why I have space engineers. I gotta try not to commit Sudoku, ritual suicide. Helps me get through the day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I started trading when I was 27 or so, and I was really, really paranoid I'd lose all my money because all my friends and family are very like concerned. You know, the stock market burned them, so forth and so forth. So I was all like, oh. Then when I started trading, I'm like, what the fuck? This shit ain't hard. But it's an emotional roller coaster. I'll give them that. It's not hard, but it's hard on you. Like your fucking souls. Oh my god. I don't even want to think about my first years trading. The amount of pain, the amount of emotional pain I went through is oh, those are dark memories I've repressed. Um, but yeah, it's ultimately it's not hard. It's just holy crap. You got to earn your stripes, if you will. Ugh. Oh yeah, those Vietnam flashbacks are coming back hard now. There's a reason we don't talk about Nam. Uh, but yeah, I went through all that, and I really don't miss going. I don't miss it. Don't want to go back anytime soon. There we go. Yeah. Well, I'm glad Trey's getting, fandom and stuff. I just would prefer if he didn't screw people over directly or indirectly. No. But I'm sure he says endlessly that he's not a financial advisor and don't take anything he's saying real. But you do have an obligation when you have a fandom. Can't just say, "Oh, well, I didn't know what I was doing when I, drove those people off the cliff." Like, yeah, you got some responsibility. You can't wash your hands of it. Which is why I always do my best here to make sure I give you the best knowledge I know. And when I don't know, I don't make it up because you might rely on me and you really shouldn't. But if you do, then I, have a responsibility, right? Or I should have a responsibility. At least in my books. Yeah. I don't actually have a legal responsibility. As an entertainer, as I make sure I keep pointing out, everything I say is just garbage, so I don't have to have a legal responsibility. But that's just so you can't sue me. Or at least not ably sue me as easily. But it has nothing to do about my character. Yeah. I'll always do my best for ye. At least try to. Uh, anyways. Weapons. There they are. Right. That should deal with any space pirates. And that's all set up and good. Okay. Almost ready to flip the switch and pressurize the ship. Excellent. Yeah, definitely one of those days, my name. It's take some naps kind of day. GME, I think its delay, the reason it's not dying, is just because it's still the poster child of the movement. It's still the reason. And so it's going to be it's going to fall when the fundamentals finally take over, when the hype burns out. When that's going to happen, who knows, right? But I think that's why it's defying. There's still hope. So, I mean, there's a possibility GME will fully reinvent itself and everything will be spiffy. But it's like, oh, probabilities are so low. But it's not zero. It's not zero yet. So, exactly. Enjoy said nap. Fine, lady. Now the problem is, as I keep saying, if GME starts to go down, we really have to watch because it might try to take us with us. Hopefully when GME finally dies, we'll be in the middle of an upswing or, excuse me, everything will be going good for us. So we won't feel the effects as harshly, I guess, is what I want to say. Yeah, it'll be buffered, a word I like to use a lot. So. All right. Okay, so it looks like we're going up slowly. But up is still up, so gas and logistics. Uh, where are we? Lights. Yeah, I'm still watching the stock, but we're just trucking along here. We're at 13 million volume and we're almost halfway through 12 o'clock. So we're just crawling. So today's going to be one of those days. So if you got stuff to do, just leave me on mute. Come back every, I'd say about every 10 minutes. It's about the speed we're moving. Should probably complete this recovery probably in the next 10 minutes, I think. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, much better. I can actually friggin' see now. Still not going anywhere. We're just treading at 26. Trying to work up the courage. It's the same reason why people buy lottery tickets overkill. I see a lot of parallels between people that are getting into the stock market and new people getting into the stock market and those that gamble with lottery tickets, right? The same kind of mentality in a lot of these posters. But you realize too, right? It's the sense of hope. You know, you're working a dead end retail job. There's no chance for you to advance. You don't have the skills. Everything's coming down around you. You have debts piling up, blah, blah, blah. And then a glimmer of hope. If you just bet on this company and have enough faith, it will all turn around. Right? So it's stuff like that. Whereas you really should see the stock market as just another job. It's something you got to work at, albeit a lot less work than labor, but it's not. It just doesn't come free. So, but they'll learn that eventually. Yeah. Sometimes you get lucky. That's the nice thing about the stock market is that sometimes you get screwed, but at least like it's not out to get you. Whereas like your work doesn't do anything to benefit you. Its sole purpose is to try to pay you as low as possible, right? But the stock market isn't doing that. It's not trying to cut corners. It just doesn't care. And that's really what I love about it. You can make your millions or you can go broke. At the end of the day, the money talks, the losers walk, and that's it. End of story. There's no debate. It's great. Yeah. And of course, if you're following this channel, then you're working your way towards your millions, which is good. We'll get there eventually, and hopefully together. Where the hell's the doors? Oh, there it is. Jesus, why did that take me so much time to find? All right. Every direction but the one I want. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. All right. Perfect. Yeah. Well done, Howard. Exactly. Oh, this wealth is so much burden. I'll gladly take this hit for the team. Yep. Said every. I think secretly, sorry, Howard's a banker. The way he talks. Oh, don't worry. We'll take the burden from you. Just sign here, 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 and here. Oh, and here. Oh, you missed one. There you go. Yeah. In my case, it's the weight of all those sweet, sweet diamonds. These diamond hands are heavy and sometimes sweaty. And sometimes there's mom's spaghetti. Yeah. Yeah, when people used to say D's nuts, I'd just be like, D's diamonds, bitch. Diamond hands forever. And if you're German, it's Diamond Hans. Hans, get the Flammenwerfen. Yeah, that's good. You know, but then being a bar owner, right? It'll cost you a certain amount of money, and you still got to work. So what you probably will do is just be bar occupier while you trade stocks from the seat. Like, why work when you don't have to, right? Like I was talking about opening up a coffee shop, right? And it's like, I'm going to trade stocks, and I drink a lot of coffee. So it's like, let's put these two together, you know? Um, or it's like, I want to hang out with a bunch of people that trade stocks. So what's the easiest way and most comfortable way to do it? Well, I could basically do what I'm doing right now. I was on Reddit until it got really stupid. And so it's like, eh. I think in the end we'll all find a way to fulfill our human needs. In my case, it was just boring sitting around trading stocks by myself. So I collected a motley crew that will. I can't think of a Firefly reference. I will weather the storm together and stuff like that. There you go. I'll be the sober one. Let's check in with my name and see what her picks are for today. And then, fuck that guy. And okay, well, we'll check back in later. And that's the time I ate the tequila bottle. Right, so moving along. Yeah. And then Howard's in the corner doing his film noir. And then she looked at me. Oh, God, he's rambling again. Yeah, he's never been same after the hit to the head. He's trapped in some 1940s dystopian Chicago. And then the people in the crowd looked at me again. They had a worried face I've seen before. A face that says, "Why the fuck are you talking to yourself?" Well, truthfully, I don't know. One day, maybe one day, I'll find out. By that time, I'll already be a genius. They say I need help. But what is help, really? Is it the kind of help that the cold rain on a summer day gives you when you're trying to wash your car? Or is it the kind of help that you get from McDonald's when you ask for no ketchup and mustard and they dump it on your fucking hamburger? Mm. Just like random rambling. Go on a tirade about hamburgers for half an hour. Yeah. So good. It takes all walks of life. It'll be good. Yeah, because I gotta have a place that I can host, you know. And I could do it in my place, but it's kind of crowded. All right. Sweet Caroline. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Excuse me. Okay. There we go. Do. Perfect. I'll be the backup bridge. The main bridge gets blown off. You need a battle bridge to go back to. Only Star Trek 1980 kids would know the battle bridge. Let's just do that. Okay, that's super bright. that works. Okay. Yeah, I'll just knock out half of them. A little better. Okay, so we're trending down 3 cents. That's all that has happened. Life is great. Nothing to report, and this is now 12:44. So 20 minutes have gone by and we've moved 3 cents. The famous words of Bart Simpson, ay caramba. Liquor and chicken wings. Yeah, that's sounds decent. There, that's much better. Accent lighting's the best. Do, 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 do. Put 'em. Good. This is the cargo. Oh, I do like the lighting in this game. It's great. Sweet. So GME has given up a bit of its earlier gains. That hasn't depressed us too much. Both the Dow and the S&P are in currently a lower downward trend, but not enough that's murdered us. So it would seem. Let's turn the ship towards the sun. Perfect. Ooh, I like it. I like it. whatever floats your boat. Okay. Well, oh, that's what I needed to do. I need to go back to engineering and hook up the oxygen tanks. That's what I was supposed to do. Got distracted by the stocks. Curse you, stocks, in your distracting ways. Right. do 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 do. Go. Just trying to see if they'll connect side to side. They do. Good. The photo just went up on Discord. Yeah. This what is it? 2012, the day the stock froze. If anyone's planning to get the negotiation rights for that, I call dibs. Just like I call dibs on the Bernie Sanders Adventures, the new miniseries coming soon to Netflix, where young Bernie Sanders comes out with a steel chair and beats everyone senseless. It's going to be excellent. It'll be like Mike Tyson's Mysteries, but he'll just be someone smashing stocks. Great. There's some chatting going down on Discord. That's your thing. Links in the bottom of this chat. Yeah, I gotta find some uranium for the nuclear reactor. Sweet. All right. This is the May. I love it. Show me the May. Ah, this is the May. Love it. All right, engineering's now sealed off. Just got to paint the floor. It's not where you paint the floor. Sweet. All right, everything is fun and dandy. Okay. Good. Go. Perfect. Now there's color coding, so I don't get lost. Excellent. Today's Revenge of the Fifth, yeah. Evidently by the stock price and movement. Just took a huge volume spike. I just looked down to see the shares. Nothing critical, but yeah, it's not much. It's expected just because we're going so slow. So, unfortunate, but 'tis what it is. All right, so I want to go to the hangar, which is blue. Up and away. It's also Cinco de Mayo. Yes, good point. Hey, good morning, Ron, if you're still here. Just catching up on all the chats. Not want to do that. Works for me. holding at 9:15 now. The volume hasn't ramped up. We did have a bit of a drop about 10 minutes ago. Don't know if we're holding though. If we're going to hold. The wider market's all kind of down. There's the possibility that we will not hold. God, it's like slow-mo death. Going into the event horizon. Yeah, that's stocks, right? So if you were trading with commission, you would have lost money, right? So this is why day trading has its benefits, right? You get out while it's up, you get back in when it's down. Or you just buy and hold forever and call it a day, right? Whichever one works best for you. Oh dear. Here. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. Stocks just try to figure out what it wants to do. So we're still just going to keep treading sideways until it figures that out. Hopefully it'll be positive, but yeah, it's not looking too good. Let's be a little optimistic as much as we can. Yeah, it looks like we're breaking down. Sad pandas. That makes me a very sad panda. The broader market's all breaking down as well. I mean, I'll give us credit, we're holding. Not completely breaking down. Again, low volume comes to the rescue. You can't crash if your stock ain't going anywhere. Touche, low volume. Touche. All I can think of is the black guy tapping his head meme. Your stock price can't crash if you don't have anyone to crash it. It's like, you're right. Oh, sad. So sad. What happened to you, AMC? What happened to you? You were a shining light in the darkness, and now just panda. Sad pandas. Okay. Oof. Artificial gravity hates me. Yeah, let's all go to uh the SEC and complain that we want a refund. I was told stocks can only go up. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Well, either way, I want a refund. Sir, we don't even sell stocks. I'm so confused. God damn it, Wendy's. I want a stock and I want it now. Good times. There we go. That way you can get to and from your ship when the gravity is on. Excellent. Let's turn gravity off. I'm gonna have to sit up for this. Alright, I'll adjust this while I'm up. My hours of laying on the couch are ruined. Okay, AMC. It's me. Well, we're not getting to that line anytime soon. Okay. That's over. Good. Yeah. Well, it's like I said to my investors earlier this morning. Um, we got a stock that can go up 30% one day. So we've gone down about 18%.
since the start of this month. Let me see here. Okay, so we've gone down in the last week, 14%. Since the start of this month, 9%. But our 3-month average is we're still up 3%. And if you go back till January, we're still up 337%. And we're going to go and do even more, right? So this is a stock of extremes. It's just, it's painful. But negative 14% for 100% returns, it's nothing, right? It's actually 10% discount, right? This should be really looking at this as discount tendy time. Now it's interesting to see that the volume is continuing to ramp up, but we're not seeing it here. It's, we gained about 1 million in the last hour or so. Just under an hour, sorry. I think we were 15 something by 12:30. So it has picked up a little bit. But yeah, this is crickets. Took a week off. you picked the worst time to come back. You might want to go for another week. Uh, but yeah, I would say now is not a bad time to buy. It's not a horrible time. Any time's a good time to buy. I would only be concerned. Or should not even say that. When we start to get into the 30s and higher, that's when I would start to be less confident in buying because we're in new territory. If you're trying to time the bottom, I can't tell you if this is the bottom, but I can tell you we're going up. It's just a matter of time for sure. So take with that what you will, or as you will, I should say. There we go. There. Gravity on. Gravity off. Excellent. Now when you land, you can toggle the gravity so that when you try to take off, artificial gravity 1. There we go. When you try to take off, your ship doesn't get fucking torn apart by the fake gravitational pull. Nice. Yeah. I'm with you on wanting AMC to take off. I really, I got stuff to buy and things to do. I don't got a lifetime to wait for this to unfuck itself. But, all right. Sweet. Where's our nearest asteroid? That boy? Or none closer? Oh. Actually, let's go mine the iron asteroids, since I know they're delicious. Okay. Still going sideways. SYPR? Oh, I see. That's a stock name. Yeah, it's alright. It caught me off guard for a minute there. Yeah, yeah, it's all good. Yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah, COVID. COVID's been killing us. So the week you're away, basically, India falling apart is basically shitting on our recovery efforts, it looks like. I don't know if that's exactly the cause, but it sure looks it. We're doing good. Now I think vaccines are for anyone that wants them, I think. You just have to book a date. Um, I haven't cared to get off my ass yet, but I could go get one. I don't know percentage of the population vaccinated, but I presume it's fairly high. That's good. We're slowly turning around the infection curve. You know, all the people that didn't listen, won't listen, don't care, are finally either dying or getting the vaccine, or well, or recovering from the infection, I guess, right? So becoming immune that way. So, which is good. The end is nigh. Can't wait. Can't wait till COVID is just a joke. Everyone's going to be like, oh, I got COVID. Have to stay home. You know, that's coming soon. Yeah. I thought the States was at 40%, but maybe that was just an estimate or something that was a little high. But still, like when herd immunity is around um, 60%. I don't know about this virus, but for most viruses, once you get over, 60, 70, somewhere in there, you're pretty much set. Um, but maybe because of the efficacy of this and the viral, the viral, the viral. Now can't even say that word. Basically, the virusiness of the virus, um, because it mutates so quickly, it might be a prolonged problem, and you might need a higher herd immunity so that it can't replicate fast enough to be a problem. So we'll see. Either way, the end of the pandemic is going to be a surge for this stock. We're going to be making some serious cash. So, um, if it's some, so the problem with the flu is you can't vaccinate against it, right? Whereas COVID, you can vaccinate against COVID because it doesn't mutate quick enough. Um, like if you're under the impression that it mutates so fast, and so it's going to be in the wild and we can't catch it, right? But it only has like a less than a 14-day. Well, no, it's not at all. Isn't right. It's not 100% to your line of thinking, but let me finish. Well, not that you're cutting me off, but let me finish the sentence. So it does mutate, right? But it's only mutating because it's infected, what, half the world's population, right? So once that infection goes down, all you have to do is just patch the holes. And so once, the problem with COVID is it's lethal and the transmissibility is high. But you can basically squash that and then it basically goes out the way. Where the flu is extremely mutating, like it just changes. It changes almost with like every other person, right? Like it really mutates a lot. But and that's why you can't really vaccinate against it because it just keeps evolving past the defenses. But it's not evolving into something more serious generally. It's just, you know, whatever, right? So I think we'll see more and more COVID outbreaks pop up, kind of like SARS, swine flu, chicken flu, right? Um, but I don't think we're going to see this COVID come after us anymore. Yeah. Well, no, so the flu shot is 100% effective against those flus, right? But it mutates, right? So once everyone's vaccinated against this COVID, it's dead. It's done. And then the next one that breaks out, we can whip out a new vaccine for that one, right? Because we just have to tweak the current one. So outbreaks will be limited. The scope and scale will be limited. And so without the amount of people, you will not have the mutation rate, right? Because those go hand in hand. So I think they can put COVID into a grave, basically. Um, and maybe eventually the flu. But the problem with the flu is that it's too fast and too furious. So, anyways, that's my takeaway. So I don't think we're going to be haunted by COVID forever. I mean, MERVs, a Middle Eastern respiratory illness, is still around. It exists. It floats around, But unless you're coming in contact like rabies, it's impossible for us to get rid of rabies because it's in the animal population. So unless you're going to wipe out all the animals, right? But then rabies can be stopped as soon as it gets into humans. And I think that's where we're going to go with COVID. Now, what we got to worry about is if maybe the native populations of these countries have given COVID to their animals. Then we'll be fucked. Because then all of a sudden deers will have COVID. And then unless we're going to go kill every deer, it's now permanently stuck, right? I think that would be the risk. So countries with apes, monkeys in cities, whatever other animals that are susceptible to COVID. I think all mammals are susceptible to COVID. That's going to be problematic, right? So just like we can't get rid of Ebola, right? Ebola is probably not a good example because it's a super lethal virus, but anyways, that's my 2 cents on it, though. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, I made that note to City Council the other day. Um, so they're all these people, right? The reason we have flu is because no one gives a shit, right? And now that everyone's giving a shit about the, let's say, super flu, the actual flu is gone because if you don't catch the super flu, you're not catching the shitty flu. And it's like, huh. So finally, when there's threat of death, some people care. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, but then you tell people if you keep eating chocolate bars, you're going to get diabetes, and they get diabetes, right? Like, you know, or you're going to have a heart attack if you keep this up, and they have a heart attack, right? So even on pain of death, it doesn't stop people, right? So, anyways, but yeah, that's an interesting fact that the regular flu is pretty much MIA because everyone is doing their best not to catch mega flu, which essentially is transmitted exactly the same way, touching dirty surfaces and putting it in your mouth. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, yeah. I think you're right, backstop, that this may be what
people refer to in the security industry as the 9/11 moment. So you kind of were half-ass about airplane security, and then you lose 2 towers, and then you go hardcore, and nothing is ever going to be the same, right? So I think health screening, judging people based on their health, oh, I have flu-like symptoms. Well, fuck you. You're not getting on the airplane, right? Like it's going to be a lot more aggressive um, than what we had. So I think this is a turning point for sure. Um, but I don't think COVID's going to be haunting us per se. But yeah, I think it's definitely going to have an impact. Yeah. Um, anyways, that's my 2 cents on this matter. Doesn't really mean much. Um, but I could be horrifically wrong, and I guess we'll find out soon enough. Okay. Where's that sweet, sweet iron? Oh, there it is. Yeah, give Daddy some of that nectar. Okay, so we're still just treading water here. I'll put the numbers back up here, sorry. There we go. Om nom nom. Iron. Not silver, but good enough. Okay. Lights are also really good for judging distance. Controls are inverted. There we go. Yeah. I always wonder, what a world we would live in if we go back to the Middle Ages, where everyone's like, I can't trust science. God must have done it. And it's like, oh my God. We had an entire period literally called the Dark Ages because of this. Let's just, tone it down and, we're not going to have a renaissance every 100 years because people decide they're going to relearn science. It's like, fucking. But it's funny that we're going through all of this, but even the Greeks warned us of this. Antiquity knew of this problem. And they basically said, look, it's one thing to have a democracy where everyone can talk and everyone has a valid point. But the peasant that has no schooling, that doesn't know anything except for feeding himself and how to take a shit, is he really going to have the same strength and voice as a person that's wholly educated? And then, of course, the American viewpoint is, oh, yeah, everyone is equal. Everyone isn't equal. Is a mechanic as equal as a doctor when it comes to heart surgery? Oh, of course not, because they don't have the knowledge. But then what happens when it's life knowledge or, the ability to tell truth from fiction? So then all of a sudden, no, well, that's too judgy. And so then here we are, right? But the Greeks knew of this problem, which is why the republic that they suggest in Plato's Republic involves just the intellectual elite. But then, of course, America and Europe rebel against this now because it was abused. It was the nobility, and they turned out all to be asshats eventually, right? So, yeah, anyways, it's an interesting subject. But yeah, when you let everyone speak, everyone just keeps yelling into the microphone, and you're not getting anywhere, right? There has to be some filter, some barrier to entry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyways, what am I trying to do? Reverse. Now that I'm full up on iron, it is The Lord's Prayer by Iron Butterfly. Do, 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 do. Second best Simpsons episode. Is the flu at 2.3 is what you're talking about? I'm just currently flying, so I haven't taken a look in a book. Okay, that's my ship right there. Yeah, Florida's great if you like meth. It's a wonderful place. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty awesome. A follow-up to what um, Freedom Culture posted there, where it's um, COVID is, well, I can't even read that, but the general message is that, if COVID is still around when we have 6 feet and social distancing, then the correlation, which is that, the causation, which is I see people still getting sick, and so you're equating the two. But realistically, that's not the case. If everyone did maintain 6 feet of distance, 14 days later, COVID would be gone. The problem is, much like AIDS, HIV, and any sexual transmitted disease, dumb people do dumb things, perpetuating the cycle, right? Smallpox, same thing. Polio, same thing. So, well, if everyone just did, it would be over. But the problem is everyone didn't and everyone won't. And then this is the problem, right? So don't conflate them. Don't look at the correlation between what shoulda, coulda, woulda and what has actually happened and then equate, because X equals Y, but the equals isn't correct, right? So, yeah, 6 feet is what you need because the droplets can't travel that far. But it's not perfect science because the general public can't understand perfect science. So if you really want the whole truth of the matter, it's basically 6 feet as long as it's water droplets. If the virus is on dust, it doesn't matter how far away you are, but then that's not how you get infected. You get infected by virus quantity over time, viral load. So a lot of virus over a short period of time or a little virus over a long period of time results in infection. Which level of infection? Who knows? Because it varies from person to person. But good luck telling that to the general public. These people have a hard time feeding themselves, and you're going to try to hit them with, hard truths. So the mask is just a way to stop their droplets from going out. You don't need a mask, but you also need to make sure you never cough. The droplets, if they hit your mask, you're going to inhale them. But then you're not 6 feet away from somebody, right? If you can just keep 6 feet away from somebody, you don't need masks. And we should all be wearing high-end respirators. But then people would freak out and buy every respirator and never use it properly, right? So don't conflate what has happened with what could have happened because shitty people do shitty things, but it doesn't mean the process is broken. It just means the process isn't being followed. So, anyways, yeah, the problem with the whole my body, my choice sort of thing doesn't hold up because in America, abortion is banned. So, your body, your choice, sort of, unless it infringes on religious viewpoints, right? And two, the my body, my choice, if you're a biological weapon, if you're infected with, you know, some type of nerve agent that comes out of your pustules, right? You're a weapon. You're a walking bomb. So, it's my right to be a suicidal time bomb. Well, at that point, in the interest of public safety and security, you'd probably be killed, right? So the limit only goes so far, because at some point you're a danger to other people. You're as good as a loaded gun, right? Um, so then you have to draw the line, and that's the point where governments struggle. So yeah, that whole idea doesn't hold up. Yeah, but just because people don't do things properly doesn't mean the whole thing is fucked, right? So keep that in mind. Um, oh, we're at 9:16.
We were lower earlier, Elon. I think we were bordering 12. Yeah. Yeah, but that's again the whole system, is not perfect, right? Freedom of culture. The idea is to not infect other people. So how we go about it can be a little hogwash, but ultimately, if you keep your distance and you don't breathe in recycled air, you're not getting COVID unless you touch a contaminated surface and then touch your face or an open cut. But I mean, again, we could go into the details of virology and infections and pathogens and your body's immune response, but to the average Joe, they're fucking stupid. So if you start talking this, their eyes roll back and they're like, okay, so I can't lick the stripper pole. If the food falls on the ground, I'm not supposed to eat it. Oh man, this shit's confusing. You're telling me I'm supposed to eat less and move more. I don't know if I can do that. It's like they're having difficulties feeding themselves, so don't don't stress them out with other things. So, anyways, it's all silly. Well, don't be too silly. This I have to read your devil's advocate-ness. It's one thing to argue the other point when the other point is not even rooted in intelligence. It's just stupid. Yeah. But anyways, I can't fix stupid, but I can try to get it out of my face as much as possible. And that's what I do. Partly why I trade stocks. I don't have to deal with idiots. I make my money and turn off my computer. If the world burns around me, it's not really my problem. And let it burn as long as I can make money. Yeah. Yeah, common law and civil law are Canadian terms. I don't know what the equivalent is in America. America's also based off the British system, but their um, hell is it? Their legal system basically diverted. So you got to watch when you use your fancy Canadian British Commonwealth terms. Yeah, exactly. We're all here for AMC. Yeah. You did pick a topical. So most people here are fairly educated, and you did pick a kind of, I wouldn't say brain dead response, but you pretty much you picked one of the worst things you could argue about. Um, you're of course going to get some pushback. I gave you some pushback, right? Um, I'm not out to hurt you or attack you, right? But yeah, to me, it's about as great as Trey making a fucking reaction video about uh, the short interest. Like, holy fuck! Oh my god, the short interest is over $1 over what it was previously. Holy fuck! Boom! Mind blowing. And then it's like it's a fucking percent, or it's a penny. Like, just calm your tits. And even if it is something, you know, more, right? Because more is just a fraction of a penny more. It still didn't mean anything in the first place. It's like a kid going psycho because he has 2 pennies. Oh my god, I doubled my wealth. Yes, but now you have 2 pennies. You have double the worthless. you know, that's basically how I feel half the time I watch any of that stuff. You're not wrong. You did double your money. You just went from worthless turd to double worthless turd. Congrats. Yeah, yeah. It's all good. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. When someone gets off in the courts too, a lot of times the court just goes, okay, it's not worth it, right? So it's not that, the guy is right or he did, the right thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's just the court, it's not worth their time. So that's another correlation does not equal causation. They just keep in mind. But I know your point. You're not trying to prove that it's a valid defense, more just a story. But for those that are thinking about using it, it may not work like you think it will. uh, oh man, we're getting into Nazis now. Awesome. Um, yeah. Yes, exactly. But you know how much that lawyer cost him? Does it really cost him more than the DUI? Like, I don't know American costs, but a lawyer is not fucking cheap. At least not in Canada. Yeah. Now, also to freedom of cultures and Howard's line of conversation, I would argue the same thing, but again, it boils down to malicious intent, right? Symbolism. If a symbol means something to you, that's your problem. It may not mean the same thing to me. So if you get offended by a symbol, that's really your personal problem. But if the intent was to offend the other person because you knew it would do it, well, then that's a whole different can of worms, right? So, but then that's the whole, you know, age old debate about everything, right? So, anyways, so that's for those that are new to this channel. That's where I draw the line on things. Just don't be an ass about it. Your intent is to fuck with people and, make a shit storm. And yeah, not here, please. There's plenty of places to air out your dirty laundry or primitive views. Why is this not linking up? There we go. Okay. Oh, more sideways. So we were basically trending along the. If you remember earlier, we were trending along a channel, right? And I'm expecting the upkick. So we're just dragging that out, which sucks. But we are basically in a small pennant here. Oh, excuse me. There's a small pennant right here. So we're either due for a breakup or a breakdown probably really soon. And we're 2 hours or so till the end of the day. And then begets earnings. That'll be a good day. Um, do, 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 do. There's a problem with my ship. Try not to make it personal, freedom of culture. If you're going to debate the topic, that's good. Don't debate the person. You know, as soon as you start debating the person, it gets personal. Which is, i.e., calling out personal traits, feelings. It's never good. Yeah. Anyways, all right. Spirited debate inside the YouTube. Oh, looks like we might be getting something here. There's a glimmer, a new hope. Cue Star Wars music. No. We're just super low volume today. We're at almost. We just hit 18 million, and it's pretty much the day's almost over. So it's like crickets. I think our worst day on history that I know of was 15 million, and that was, for the whole day. So we're pretty close. We might hit 20 million by the end of the day, and that would just be sad, pandas. Sad pandas. Yeah, yeah, we're just debating the world's problems. We ran out of little things like, we solved world hunger already in this channel, so we got to move on to the bigger things now. Now that we're getting ready for when we're billionaire philanthropists, if I can say that word properly, philanthropists. There we go. We got to get these diverse views all nailed down, right? It's just practice. So I'm gonna have a Lambo, and then outside of my Lambo, I'm gonna be like, "Fuck you, non-mask wearer. You're part of the something whatever social framework that's causing the CDC." Like, I can just go on with some crazy tirade. I don't know. Anyways, that's why we're working on it, right? We got to practice. Okay. This ship has a problem. This container is not hooked up properly. That the hydrogen? Oh, that's the hydrogen tank. Yeah. Can't get angry at it there, Howard. Stupid people will do as stupid does, and you'll only burn yourself out trying to fight it. I basically spend my entire waking life fighting stupid people. Not on Facebook or whatever. I just build technology that then excludes them. Because you can't go around fighting everyone, but you can just kick them out of your castle and build a really tall wall. And if they happen to die on the other side of that wall, not your problem, right? So make the world a better place, but don't stress yourself out on trying to unfuck the rest of them, for lack of a better word. That would be my advice. Yep, it's all good. Until people start like getting really fucking adversarial, I don't mind debate or conversation. I don't shy away from it because we're all seeking the truth per se, or we should all be seeking the truth. I just trying to lower the temperature, especially when it gets personal, right? That's when the temperature starts to rise, and then I have to step in, or I want to step in, I should say. Don't have to. So, anyways, as long as you don't get at each other's throats, I don't care. I'm just flying around space, wasting time while this fucking stock looks like it's maybe resurrecting itself. Maybe. I'm Ron Burgundy? I'm Ron Stockerty? I don't know. Sad pandas. Da, da, da.
Okay. So this guy is not hooked up to anything. Oh man. Okay. Oh, perfect. Oh, but that's in the way. Fuck. Uh, my ship has a critical design flaw. Yep. None of us are perfect. Some of us are just a little bit more perfect than others. Wink. uh, oh, I think everyone else is an idiot. Well, I mean, not everyone, just the vast majority. Ugh. I always give people the benefit of a doubt, and then they remind me that I I am wrong to have faith in the large realm of humanity. You know, but humanity does come together nicely in times of strife and conflict. You know, when you're when you stop fighting amongst each other and we finally get all on the same page, it's incredible what humanity can do. But yeah, we get bored and then we just start squabbling. You know, we're just fucking animals. Well, we're not literally fucking animals, but you get the idea, you know? Yeah. But all of this doesn't matter, right? We're supposed to exploit that so we can make money on the market. Let the stupid people give you their money. That's the moral of the story. And then don't be the stupid person and lose your money. Yeah. There we go. Okay. You beat me to it. Yeah. Sorry for stealing your thunder. Uh, do. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Oh, God, that song is just looping in my head and it's killing me. Gotta get it out. There's somebody above me that's hammering something with the tiniest hammer ever. It's like toot 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 toot. It's like it's so petite. It's almost cute sounding. Like get a man hammer. I want to hear bang. If that's even a thing. A man hammer. Uh, the classic drunk driver argument. That's a classic one. Also, seatbelts is the same one. I'm not hurting anybody. And that's true until your body becomes a projectile. Well, I'm not hurting anyone if I drink and drive. That's true until your car becomes the projectile. Right. My volume shouldn't be low.
Oh, it is. 1 second. No, it's not. No, I fixed it a while ago. Let me just check that nothing got. Yeah, my microphone volume is now 0 decibels, but I put a 10 decibel gain. Yeah. No stock volume? Oh, stock volume. No, comma, stock volume. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Why is the volume so low? Right, not I missed the part. I think it's because tomorrow's earnings. Earnings is 1 day away. So it's just indecision leading up to earnings. So tomorrow we'll see all the action. So it's like watching those crappy wrestling matches before the big show. It's like, oh, this is painful, but whatevs, gotta get through it. Do 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 do. But yeah, this will all be behind us when we're rich. Just hopefully you guys have enough money in the market that when it finally goes, I wouldn't say sideways, but when it finally goes up or takes off, you're going to capture some of it, and it will be reasonable, amount. Because if not, well, that sucks. You're basically you're not going to capture much, and you've gone through all this pain and effort. Hopefully, you get a good reward out of all of this. I should be getting a nice Cybertruck out of all of this. Actually, I'll be getting 2 Cybertrucks out of all of this, but one of them belongs to my investor, so that's not my money. Life will be good. The hell is stopping me from connecting these? Unable to place the tube. Why? Oh, it's just on a really bad angle. Done. Connected and green. Oh, thank God. Fix that problem. Okay. Rewired my ship. Stock is still going sideways. Yeah. You guys didn't miss anything today. That's a false equation there, freedom of culture. Also known as a straw man. Right? The reason why the laws came into effect is because 20% of people were driving drunk. And of those 20%, 30% of 18-year-olds died on the road or something like that, right? So the kill count was astronomical, which is why all the licensing and all that sort of stuff came into be. But now that all that licensing and all the policing comes into be, you're looking back at it saying, oh, it was trivial. At the time, it was not trivial. The kill count was astronomical. So before seatbelts, people were dying left, right, and center, right? But Do you shut the country down for that? No, because you are only killing yourself, right? But if you were driving, I don't know, a loaded semi truck and you were just plowing into cars all the time, people would then ask for change. And lo and behold, there's licensing for you to drive a tractor trailer, right? For that very reason. So, or a forklift operator license, right? Because you could take those tongs and drive them through someone's heart. And that has happened. Thousands of people have died due to forklifts, right? So it's a false, whatever it is. You're making a false equation there. So exactly, just what Backstop just said. So keep that in mind if you're gonna, make a straw man. It doesn't work that way. Just because it is now doesn't mean it was, and thus you can't really use the now to prove. Because if anything, it proves the point that yeah, we did have to shut down the country. We literally said you cannot drive unless you prove you're not an idiot. That's like 100% lockdown on driving, right? So technically, it's worse than COVID. So, if you want to paint that argument, right, you want to use the same metaphor. So, yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, so it's a false equation. You can't really put them together like that. You know, it's like hogging a parking spot. Did you kill anybody by doing it, right? No. So it's not, can't compare that, or at least not 100%. Okay, this is what I want to get out. Okay. Aw, I thought I fixed the plumbing. Ah, God damn it, the plumbing's not fixed. Sad pandas. Share price is now 9.20 for those that are just listening in. We're slowly but surely climbing up. The rest of the market has not moved for about 3 hours. It's brutal. And yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. So tomorrow will be the day to watch, and we will be here live the whole Pain Olympics. Hopefully you'll tune in with us. And then we will go to town. We'll have a good one, a good shake and a tug, and it'll be great. And then we'll wake up on Friday, and some of us will be quite rich, and some of us will cry. There'll be laughter. There will be eating of the minstrels and the breakfast cereals. It's good. It's always Lambos tomorrow. Don't forget. Yeah, exactly. The 30% capacity is a symptomatic response from the government, freedom of culture. What we really need is a 0% capacity, but of course they have to make concessions because simple people need simple things. So it's not fair to compare that against anything. It's just more of a concession. Because again, as I was talking about viral load, it's the amount of virus in the air, right? So if your air is a certain amount of size, you can have a lot of people in there all infected and it won't spread, right? But, nobody's going to talk about the math for every single situation, right? So you got to keep that in mind if you're going to argue this conversation. Good job, Paul. Good job, Paul. Yeah, AMC is, I don't know much about Naked, if it's the better buy, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say AMC is the better buy. So. Yeah. what is it? The 100,000K is not a meme. Oh God, the shit Reddit comes up with is hilarious. Well, why stop at 100,000K? We can stop at 10 billion. You know, that number doesn't even exist in the history of the stock market. But no, AMC, not Apple, not Tesla, not the US government. No, AMC is going to do it. It's like, oh my God, the fuck is wrong with you? God. Yeah, exactly. You know, grounded in some reality. Good times. All right. Well, we're still just floating around the 2017 line where we've been for the last forever. I should find out if they're releasing their earnings tonight or tomorrow. Guessing by the shittiness of this, it's tomorrow. This is actually neat. I'm going to show you a graph at the end of today. Pretty good. Okay, so the live webcast will be at 4 p.m. May 6th, which we will rebroadcast here. It will report its results after the market close Thursday, May 6th. So that today? Tomorrow. Okay, so it's on close. It will then drop its reports, and then it will have an earnings call immediately after. Okay, perfect. Which is the way to do it, because if the earnings is scaring people, you want a chance to talk them down from the ledge, right? So that's the way to do it. Okay, good. So it's all tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be the Wild West of volume, potentially. And that's when I'm going to buy my options. Good. Okay, nothing to worry about. I mentioned it I talked about it briefly, DBW. It's a good conversation. It's not an incredibly big number, because we know 70% of AMC bag holders, investors, if you want to call them, are retail, right? So somewhere around 78. I don't know the exact number at the moment. So almost all of it's retail. And then of those retail investors, you know, how many of them are multimillionaires, right? So, you know, they're probably holding somewhere between 1 to 1,000 shares, the vast majority of them, right? So 3 million individual investors at 1 to 10 shares each, that's 3 to 30 million, right? At 100 shares, that's 300 million, which means pretty much all the shares are gobbled up if everyone had 100 shares, right? And then you have 11% that's owned by institutionals, and we know that to be 52 million.
So if you do the math, we're pretty much out of shares if everyone held 100 shares. So my guess, the vast majority hold like 1 to 10 shares kind of deal. So it's an interesting number because yeah, if you have 3 million people and they all put in $100, you'd gobble up all the shares, right? All the available shares. But obviously people are not doing that, or something like that, right? So because we would see it if all the shares were gobbled up, we'd be flying, and the price would get erratic. So yeah, yeah. No, I wouldn't assume that the vast majority has more than 100. No, not most. Definitely not. Because if it did, we would already be over. We'd be out of shares, right? So you got 3 million individual investors, which is, you know, it's something. I'm sure it's not the level that General Electric or Microsoft or Apple or Tesla has, right? But it's still nothing. It's still not nothing, especially for the size of our company. Yeah. The DTCC ruling will not cause a squeeze. Um, the likelihood of it possibly squeezing is really low. Firstly, the people aren't stupid. They've already priced it in. They already got out of their bad positions. And secondly, all it does is mean they just have to report more. But it's not like they're criminals and they're now going to have to show people that they're stealing. It's just they're not allowed to fuck up royally for too long. The only linchpin to that, the only reason why anybody's talking about it being a catalyst, is just because the people that have loaned money to people that have loaned money to people, they have to figure out where their shit is. So they usually do it once a month, but they're going to have to do it a little bit sooner. And then they're going to have to do it in real time. But then that's easy because they have a new machine to do it. But it's that initial, hey, Billy, do you still have that money you owe me? Ha 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 ha. And then you're like, oh, fuck. Right? It's that. But that's actually not going to cause the stock market to go up, right? They're like, oh no, they're going to buy in to cover their short positions. No, it's going to be they're broke, and the stock market's going to go down because they have no money and they lied about having money. So the stock market's going to correct and it's going to be bad, right? So it's not like people think it is. Um, some shorts may be trying to get out because they don't want to report or whatever, right? There might be some buy-in, but the overall thing is going to be market crash is basically the worst case scenario because they're going to find out millions upon millions of dollars are missing, and then they have to be accounted for. And so everyone that's holding the turd loses value. And so the whole market goes in the red, right? So, yeah, that's not a squeeze. That's the opposite of a squeeze, right? I don't think that's going to affect us, but of course, if the whole market decides to go down the shitter, we're going to probably go with it, right? So, anyways, so keep that in mind when you're debating the DTCC. The YouTube talking heads are all fucking going to town on it, and it's like, I don't even know where they're getting their idea, that it's going to cause a squeeze. Like they're getting the idea, I guess, from there's so many shares outstanding, but there's only 50,000, right? So wow, 50,000 people are missing in action out of 417 million. That's nothing. So okay, those 50,000 rush to the door. I trade with 4,000 shares. 50,000 is like probably $500,000, if that. It's nothing, right? Actually, 40,000 would be $600,000 at $14. So depending when those people bought in, right? They could have bought cheaper. So it's like just over $500,000 is missing out of billions and billions of dollars, that AMC has. That's not missing. So it doesn't matter. None of this matters. It's all irrelevant and useless and not rooted in any form of sanity.
Um, so that's that. So the other thing too is that what's the other thing that can cause a squeeze? The quadruple witching day. They were thinking the options would cause a squeeze, but the options don't cause a squeeze because the option is the right, but not the obligation to buy the shares. And the second you buy the shares, you then sell them to the market, making a net zero. Um, because the person that bought them lifted it up, and then when you sell them back, you bring it to zero, right? So it's not going to it's going to temporarily move the market, but it's not withdrawing wealth from the shares. It's just taking the wealth that was there and taking it back out. So it's all kind of dumb. So yeah. Anyways, so yeah, just if you're feeling kind of antsy and worried and all that sort of stuff, just 90% of it is bullshit. Um, there is some neat ideas, you know. There's some creative stuff in there, some creative writing, but there's nothing I've seen so far that really screams, you know, fuck, this is amazing. Everything's going millhouse. I do like the new DTC ruling. They're going to have real-time information on shorts, which is going to be cool because when the stock goes really south, the shorts are going to pile in, but we'll know immediately. It won't be a month later we find out, you know, we're turning into a turd. We'll find out, you know, the next day, or actually the next minute, right? I think it updates instantly. So it's potentially we can know right away when people are not happy. Now, what does that mean? Not much, but it's a cool new information that we can use to make informed decisions, right? Um, so that's good. You know, I'm looking forward to that. Um, you know, transparency is always good. You know, what is it? Democracy dies in the darkness is a great phrase from I think the New York Times. You know, you need darkness for evil to flourish because as soon as you shine a light on it, everyone sees it for what it is and ain't going to continue. So, yeah. So, transparency is good. Unless of course you're a criminal, then transparency is bad. So, but anyways, let's not get too metaphysical here, but you get the idea. Oh yeah, I was trying to fix my ship before we got on this conversation. I still floating around 920. This is becoming the Ralph of stocks. Go banana. uh, it's good stuff. Do 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 ba do do dum bum bum ba dum boom 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 boom. All right. Yes. Yeah. I mean, so if you're asking why I don't believe in a squeeze, like a squeeze is always possible. Any stock can squeeze, right? But you have to have the perfect storm of environment, right? So we're down 2%. You can't have a squeeze when you're going down into the negatives. We're currently down 14% in the last week. That's not gonna that's anti-squeeze. That's basically, you know, the dead opposite of what causes a squeeze, right? So it's not that we can't have a squeeze, it's just we are not currently in the environment that's even remotely close to triggering a squeeze. Now, if so say let's all say the magic of the gods bestow us tomorrow. The negativity that we've seen in the last week actually is conductive to a squeeze in the sense that if there's a major catalyst that racks the share price up like a lot really fast, all those people that piled in the last week, right, or the last month, all of them are going to try to get out.
the short-term shorts are going to get completely fucked, and they're going to wake up to 40% losses, right? Plus, all the buyers are piling in because they're like, holy shit, we're rich. So they get in, right? So the combination of the shorts getting fucked and the buyers getting in will rocket it into astronomical levels. And then, if that's high enough to trigger the long term shorts, and those guys are at well, they're really at 14 and higher, but let's say 16 to 26, those dudes, if we can get into their realm, then they'll bail. And then we're looking at going up to 50, 40, right? But that sort of event, it's hard. You have to have the right conditions. And generally, earnings is a good time for a squeeze because everyone thinks the company sucks, and then they come out and they're like, surprise, we actually bought the moon. And then everyone's like, oh, fuck, abort, 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 and then off it goes, right? So, but squeeze during the week, right? It doesn't quite happen unless, Adam comes out and says, haha, we actually won the lottery. There has to be some catalyst. And generally, when a stock keeps going down, the shorts get a bigger and bigger position. So there's no risk of shaking them out because they don't care. It's going down. So that's my take on the squeeze. Everyone says the squeeze is tomorrow. They're like doomsday prophecies. Oh, it's going to happen next year, next week, next day. Time comes, time passes. A squeeze just doesn't happen out of nowhere. So they keep pulling these rabbits out of their ass, but eventually they'll be right if they keep guessing tomorrow every day. And then they'll say, see, I told you so. I only got it wrong 400 times, but the 401st we nailed it. Where I'm trying to tell you, don't start looking for a squeeze until we're hitting 20% like 3 days in a row. And if we keep it up, then we're going to fucking screw the shorts, and then they're going to have to bail, and then we're just going to be printing money. But no point getting excited until that happens. So that's all I'm saying. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So a squeeze is nice. A squeeze is beautiful, but you got to get out before it comes back down. But that's just a lot of hopeful thinking, right? When I win the lottery, when the squeeze happens, it's like, yeah, you gotta. I mean, you don't have to, but for me, I don't like that kind of romanticism. Keep it in reality. It doesn't do anyone any good to just have your head in the clouds, for lack of a better word. So, anyways, hopefully that answers your question of why, Daddy, why did you leave to get cigarettes and never come back? Well, I ask every night if the sun's going to come up. I don't know. Do you know? The classic. Are you really sure that the sun's going to come up? Did you go out there and verify that the Earth is not indeed round? Yeah, actually, I should mention that too, right? Like, remember, not so long ago, there's a big pile of Americans debating if the Earth is even round, right? So, these are the same people that are investing on the stock market. So, to the early person asking, why was there a financial limit? Because those people exist. And as such, you don't want them really controlling the economy of your country at the ground level. You kind of just want them to be in a padded room where they can't hurt anyone. Completely forgot about that. Another thing I purged from my memory. So, good job, Tom. Although, I mean, no SIGs would be good, but we can't all be
unaddicted, I guess. Free of vice. Pure of spirit. I don't know how else you want to articulate it. Conveyor. God damn it, that song. I hate you so much. I thought it was a square. Thought was square. Don't know what that means. Oh, you thought the Earth was square. Yes. Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but the Earth is actually a torus knot, and we're all inside the matrix. So even if you get that wrapped around your head, what a torus knot is, you're still wrong. So sorry. Good luck, GG. It's like someone posted on Reddit today about AMC of some sort, and they said, "What if I told you that the stock market was just fake hedge funds selling back and forth?" And then let me just load up my response. I gave him a matrix response that I was quite proud of. I should make a portal to hell. I think I could probably do it. Um, let's see here. Just responding. Apparently, someone messaged me in the Reddit chat. All right. Dun dun dun. Let me just find my statement. I'm sure you're all just waiting with bated breath. We don't got really much else to do, but we'll want to find this. Here. I feel so good about it. Well, apparently on my phone, it doesn't show me my messages. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the title is this one. No, this is just people being dumb. How about this one? Well, I can't find it. Oh, here we go. Got it. I can search by comments. Okay, so basically it was the Trey reaction video on Wall Street Bets. And then someone says, "What if I told you infinity was not a meme?" Uh, and it was the moment Trey realized AMC is more shorted than GameStop and has a bigger squeeze potential. So that last part isn't true. The first part is possibly true, but just because you're more shorted does not mean you have a bigger squeeze potential. Potential is completely based on the catalysts going into it. Now, of course, if you were 100% shorted, okay, maybe, but like this is not. We're not 100% shorted. No stock is, except for maybe Enron, and they went bankrupt, right? So the last line is garbage hype. So he says, "What if I told you infinity is not a meme? Infinity is not a meme." So I say, "What if I told you these people make money from hype?
that the emotion you feel, Ape Neo, is a carefully crafted world to elicit an emotional response. Do you think that is intelligence and secrets you're breathing? Oh no, Ape Neo. That's just electrical signals to the YouTube monetarization. And then that's about as far as I could go. But since we're on the topic of narration and film noir, AMC, I thought I would share that lovely moment of poetry with you. Do you think that is air you're breathing? Then he farts. Matrix farts. But yeah, people love their hype. But slowly we'll just go find a few people day by day and rescue them from the proverbial hype matrix. Yeah, I'm not perfect, but at least I'm not feeding you bullshit and making bullshit videos about bullshit. Right, I need to see if this thing is fixed. Control 2. Right. Right, it's not fixed yet. Um, 100 points? To what, Gryffindor? 4 turtles on top of a rat? I'm a staunch pastafarianism, so my origin story is a noodly appendage and a midget in a tree. if we're gonna get religious here, so all I need is a midget and a tree, and we can have a creation story. None of this riding on the back of a turtle. God, where's my midgets? And I'll Wolf of Wall Street them into a bullseye. Because, you know, got to keep with the stockbroker life. All right, so still sideways, and we're coming up on coming up on 3. It's 234. Getting ahead of myself here. I'm Donatello. What we're becoming. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what the turtles and the rats are. Okay. I'll take whoever has the katana. Is that Donatello? No. Donatello is. No, that might be. Don. Raphael is the hot-blooded one. Yeah. Bow staff. Good choice. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take double or single katana. That is a fine fighting weapon. Yeah. Although I think I watched a TV show where they tried to see if medieval sword fighting styles would beat Japanese sword fighting styles. And I think as soon as shields are introduced, the katana is piss useless because all you have to do is rush them. Um, I can actually fight with a katana very basically. Um, but yeah, the greatest thing you can do to defeat somebody is just rush them because they need a large swing. Um, but you could kind of try to stab like you do with a sword. But if you had a short sword, you got way more control than um, what a katana could give you. But the reason you have that kind of sword is that you can just thump down on armor and chop through it, right? And that's where claymores and large, big swords came in at the end of the medieval era. You were just crushing people in their armor. And then they went to bullets and goodbye swords. But yeah, yeah, yeah. I forget what that was. That History Channel show was good, but they always kind of like they're like pirates versus samurai, and you're like, okay, it's like you have to weigh out tactics and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, they did do a Russian Spetsnaz versus a Centurion. I think they did. I mean, if you gave them ballistic shields, but then it would have to go into a hand-to-hand fight, and then the Spetsnaz has years and years of combat history, right, built into their training, whereas the Romans just learning about weapons for the first time. What the hell is this boomstick? Well, my name is Ash, and this is my boomstick. You must be a god. Another fine show. I love Ash and the Evil Dead. So good. Bruce Campbell is definitely up there on the don't take my job too seriously kind of guy. I love it. Oh, yes, Deadliest Warrior. You got it. Well done. You win the prize. 100 points to Gryffindor. Angry Karen against Drunk Lumberjack. I love it. Okay, she's asking for the manager. Ooh, good start, good start. Okay, the lumberjack comes in. He doesn't give no fucks. Oh, he's gonna clench this. He's got this. It's in the bag. Karen is now using her signature attack. You don't know me. Well, oh man, lumberjack's looking buffled. Yep. The lumberjack is reaching for the axe. Oh, Karen lost her head. Well, that's match. Yeah, celebrity death match essentially. Yeah, exactly. But the celebrities are just stereotypes. Yep, good times. I love it. Um, yeah, exactly. And Karen now has retreated to the lawn. She is now making 911 calls, accusing the lumberjack of not belonging here and not being welcomed in this part of town. Oh, the police already know her. Oh, it doesn't work. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, you just got to get that sports commentator voice. No. She's trying really hard, Stan. I know. Giving it the old college try. I don't know about you, Stan, but this year is really shaping up to be one hell of a Karen fest. I know. I was thinking that this week was going to be something for the ages, and well, it didn't disappoint. I know what you mean, Stan.
Yeah. Yeah. You just have to work on that announcer voice. Put some color, as they say, into the your tone. I'll get you guys in for guest commentary. Well, you see, my money's on Karen. I've dealt with her a few times, and she's a feisty rapscallion. You get her cornered, and she'll bite your. Exactly. Tears of judgment. Yep. Yep. You got it. Oh, the classic defense. But, but something, whatever. Some. It's like when you can't win. It's what is it called? It's plea to virtue. I think it is. I can't remember the exact term, but yeah. When you basically break down crying. If you were a good person, then blah 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 blah, and something 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 whatever. Yeah, I think that's appeal to virtue. Yeah. Yeah, you know your defense mechanisms are too well used when they are documented. It's like, no, hard pass. Speaking of hard pass, I don't know why that reminded me of Wendy's, but I really want some Wendy's. I think that's probably because I was talking about Wendy's earlier. Mm. Nom 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 nom. Except it's gonna make me hella sick, but it'll be hella delicious. uh, glad we can have these conversations. What the? Oh, that was an engine. I was wondering where it went. All right. It's going to turn this hobo craft into the extra hobo craft. It's like a hovercraft, but hobo. Hobo-y. Okay. Extra hobo-y. That's it. I'm going to unleash Bernie Sanders into here. It's the final boss. You see, Karen, you might think. It's not a good Bernie Sanders impression, but you get the idea. Conveyor. Actually, do. There we go. So yeah, while you guys are chatting away, I'm still watching the stock. So I'll let you know if she goes south. Even though I'm flying around in space, I'm still watching this bad boy. And I do mean bad boy. What you gotta do when your share price comes for you. All right. Yep. Yeah, we're just trying to make the best of sideways AMC. It is hella sideways. At least I found a better way to visualize AMC. We can at least watch the little lines go across the screen. But yeah, most people just put me up in the background, and you know, when something goes crazy, you'll see the screen move a lot. That's when you know to pay attention. Um, Control 2. Eventually, I'll convince some of you to come and play some Space Engineers before I get bored of it. So they'll be. Evidently, some of them are working on our new variety show where we're going to have a lumberjack duke it out with Karen. And yeah, we're going to have like a celebrity death match when things get slow in this channel. You know, a little bit of blood sport, you know, left versus right. All the good stuff. Work for the Romans. Nope. Okay. Wow, this is so nasty. Oh, bad. There we go. Oh, it doesn't even line up. Oh shit. I was not expecting that. Um, that. Nope. Balls. Not good. There's some type of sizing issue here. Oh, ooh, I know what I might have to do. Maybe I got to put a frame on him. Yeah, maybe it's duo. And then a frame here. Aha. When in doubt, shim endlessly. Well, okay. Again, don't take me for building advice. Stocks we can do. Ooh, don't look at what I'm doing. Building a spaceship. Bingo. All right. That is the world's worst hack job. But now I got 3 cargo containers. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, now I just have to reattach the engines I took away, and we're good to go. Strum us a tune. Oh, there's no strums for me.
Maybe when this becomes much more famous, we can have guest stars, and not just you know, Trey interviewing some other YouTube personality kind of thing. You know, actual people that matter versus just hype men hyping themselves. That would be good. Okay. Now, need to put this a little lower on the side leg, but I can't do it because of this. Can I put it here? Yeah, it's probably going to barbecue. Oh well, I'll put it up there. There we go. Much better. Got to be symmetrical or your vehicle will start lisping. Come on, let me place it. Do, 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 do. Okay, good enough. All right. Perfect. And Control 1. I have to rebind it. There we go. There we go. Done. Sweet. Slow day. So we're going into power hour and nothing exciting's happening. We're just going along in a channel. Okay, nothing's breaking. That's good. Okay. Apparently it's still not hooked up. Must be something I'm doing wrong with these large containers. Okay, so these large containers can interface with themselves. but they can't interface with the... Okay. These containers are all hooked up properly, but this part's not hooked up properly. I've screwed this up. Okay. Okay, there's two large spikes of negative volume, 10,000 and 10,000. So nothing to write home about. We're still at 918, and it is currently 257. There we go. That should do it. Cool, they're all interconnected now. Excellent. Yeah, the cockpit can't take large things because it's not connected by the big tubes. Okay. But I can't apparently put anything into... Oh man. Okay, so all that's working, but this part's not working apparently. The connector down, this. I probably screwed that up too. Okay, let's disconnect that. I don't want to disconnect that because I have to rebuild it, but this looks like it's going to happen. Ugh, balls. Okay, so that's yellow. That's good. And then here, that's yellow. And that's yellow on yellow. Okay, perfect. Oh, but I don't want that because I need to flip it. Real good. Oh shit, there's the problem, eh? Yeah, that's yellow. That's yellow. Okay. Oh yeah, but then I can't do that either. It's the top. This is gonna be a problem. That's what I did wrong previously. Do. Oh well, I'll figure it out. We're slowly climbing up on limited volume. Usually people sell, to answer your question, December 85. 1 second. Oh. Usually people sell just before earnings because they don't want to deal with the risk. Once earnings come out, it'll either confirm the risk and they won't buy back in and there'll be a large sell-off, or the risk was unfounded and it's now confirmed because earnings give you an absolute. So if company reported its earnings every day, there would be no speculation of share prices because, why speculate? You know exactly what the company is worth, right? But then what happens then, right? If the company reports every single day, you know what the company's worth, but then do you think the company's going to be worth more in the future? So maybe you want to get it cheap. And then the cycle grows and grows and grows and grows. And then the only reason why a company has to report its earnings is because then bad companies don't go years before someone says, "Hey, are you bankrupt?" And they're like, "Hee hee 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 hee," right? So, anyways, I guess the month has become, the cycle. So, anyways, with that being said, right, you got to remember that people speculate into the future. So, if the earnings is bad, their future is bad, so they're gonna bail. If the earnings are neutral or good, then it confirms what they already know, and they won't sell. So right now we're not seeing any selling, like any real selling, which is good. So what's happening is people are just holding. The retail investor, which controls most of the stock motion, is holding. And so 2% of the 78% have bailed, if you will. It's not exactly right, but 2% of the value of the 78% has bailed. Because one's a measure of people, share count, right? But share count doesn't have value attached to it. It's just a number 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? You don't know when they bought. But when you sell, that's directly relating to money. And, anyways, so keep that in mind. So, everything's looking good. So, what's the odds then of us tomorrow having a big sell off, right? Well, if we're going to have a big sell off, it should have started now, I would think. The sell off would have started weeks ago if it was institutional. And we saw with Wanda, we saw with Vanguard, they all got out like a month ago, right? So at a month ago, they were saying, wow, 15 is too much, 14 is too much, right? Yeah. And then when it got down to 9, Vanguard got back in, right? Because they knew what I've been saying for the last forever, right? Is that, it's too high, too quick, too much. And, hype people be damned. I knew a crash was coming and they all flamed me. And I'm like, it's fucking coming. And then when it came, they're all like, oops. And I'm like, told you so. And they didn't like that. But fuck them. So, yeah, anyways. So that being said, the institutionals have already buggered off, right? If they were going to be scared off, they would have been scared off already. So who's left? It's really just the retail investor and maybe hedge funds, the real gamblers, right? So I'm thinking we're either going to just go really bad news, crash, or we're going to get okay news, which I expect it's going to be good news. It's going to be 3 times better than last earnings call. So that's really good. And I just hope that the retail public can understand that it's good, because it can be as good as everything, but if, the talking heads spin it like it's garbage, right? Then it's going to come out as garbage, and then they're going to panic, and then fuck, right? So yeah, I can't tell you if it's going to go up or down tomorrow. For all likelihood, it should take off tomorrow. There should be a good amount of energy. But the retail investor, who knows, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Because a lot of institutionals will sell on earnings. So they basically, once they confirm that where the price is, they'll reduce their position or they'll get out. But we're not dealing with institutionals, right? But maybe institutional will sell off, and that's enough to spook the retail investor. I would think that AMC, if they're smart, they would try to manipulate the stock, so they would actually buy in the day after earnings, trying to kick off a bull run. Call up their friends and just be like, okay, look, buy tomorrow, right? I don't know, right? So, anyways,
That's my speculation. I don't know. But I'm going to make bets tomorrow on that call though. So I'm going to take out a bunch of calls and basically bet that it's going to go up tomorrow. So I will put my money where my mouth is, as I always attempt to do. Now that I got some extra money that needs investing, I will do it. And then when it goes up, I will tell everybody to fuck right off, and I will be a happy person, because that's my favorite thing to do. I like being proven right, you know? Like, so many people are like, oh, it's all bullshit. And then you're like, well, money talks, buddy. So, fuck off. It's great. It's my favorite thing about being a stockbroker. Man, I wish I had a new car. Oh, like this? I don't really care for cars, but I could have easily, got a car with my stock winnings. But I rather gamble more, you know? My problem is I keep spending it before I get to $1 million. And I really, this time around, I'm not going to spend it till I get into the millions. Then I can start multiplying my money, right? But it's a hard habit to get out of that retail habit of, oh, I got money, I got to spend it. There's always something new, right? But as an investor, you want to get as much money as possible because you're multiplying your money. So every time you win, you're not winning $10, you're winning $1,000, right? And now I want to win hundreds of thousands of dollars each time. But I got to get into the millions to do that. So, but that's where I'm headed. That's my dream. Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you, Tom, for reminding me. Oh, and also remind me if I forget, Tom, because I already forgot and just remembered. I figured out a way to help you with the Kickstarter. So we'll talk about that in the green room. Or no, we should call it the, what is it called? The powder room? Yeah, the powder room. We'll talk in the powder room later. VIP, diamond only, where Werger and, what's his name? Uh, he that should not be named practice their wares. um, anyways, yeah. So if for those that are new here, we take bets. We're starting a thing. We take bets leading up to where the end price is going to be. So if you just pound it out in the chat, and I'll put you in on your bet. It's closest to, and it's whoever gets it right the firstest wins. So you can change your bet leading up, but yeah, you get the idea. So let me just get the keyboard a click a clack in here. All right, signpost. Okay, so TW is 0.23. My name 0.35. Howard Tucson. 25. B Stoppy. 31. All right. What would I bet? I'm gonna go with 25 as well, but I'll go. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go J. I'm gonna go above you, but I think 25 is a likely number. All right. So yeah, if you want to place your bets, just pound it out in the chat, and I will pick it up when I see it. EOD betting. All right. Okay, so we'll put that there and there. Listen, thank you for reminding me. I do forget things. I'm busy thinking about other stuff like tomorrow and my options. And then it's like, oh yeah, shit. I got other responsibilities. Oh, and I left the baby in the dryer again. Good stuff. Do. Oh, actually here, so I don't have to repeat myself. There we go. Don't worry, it makes the baby stronger. I do enjoy my babies fluffy, you know. Okay, DBW. Okay, has he been taken? No. Okay. Yeah, as long as it hasn't been taken, then yeah. Oh, 31. Let's get this in alphabetical order, if you will. Loop. Loop. Wait. Nope. That's in the right spot, right? Yeah, it's this one. Oh, shit. Yep. Who put baby in the dryer? You're supposed to hang them by their legs. I made the mistake of the other way, and oh, baby wasn't too happy. Just like you never put baby in a corner. I learned that. I got roundhouse kicked, but I learned my lesson. Or sorry, I got roadhouse kicked. Roadhouse. Oh, I can't believe Family Guy turned that into a meme. Just ridiculous. Try and pitch that to your boss. You're just like, Roadhouse. Wait, what the hell is that? No, we're just going to have the character say that endlessly until it catches on. Okay, this is funny. Yes, people will love it, and they'll quote it for generations. Okay. And it is so far so good. Yep, yep. Fucking love it. Fucking love it. Their Liam Nielsen stuff is so good. Or Neeson. I don't think it's Nielsen. It's Neeson. Um, so good. But then, in fairness, every comedian, poked fun at him because it's just so iconic, right? It's like Neo going, or Keanu Reeves going, "Oh, I know kung fu." That was quoted for like 10 years after The Matrix. Oh, I know how to make coffee. Like it just became a reloadable meme. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, some of the stuff that doesn't make it, they really should do a thing that basically shows, the jokes that didn't make it. I kind of like the fact that Seth Meyers, which I watch a lot,
just because it's easy to watch on Facebook. The jokes you can't tell, or the when they talk about the kind of the stuff behind the scenes, the stuff that got cut, and it's like, it's quite interesting. Yeah, like the cut for time stuff, SNL has as well. Some of their less popular jokes, I guess. Yeah. That I don't know. I think you're right on that one, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he basically dodged that proverbial bullet. Okay. Yeah, the bet's still up. You just have to make sure you pick a number that's not already picked, or you basically guarantee yourself to lose, per se. Yeah, the only way that'd be true is if the other person changed. So you can pick whatever number you want, but if the number's already picked and the other person doesn't change, then you're not winning. Jeez, my ship took off really far. Yeah. Yeah, sour hour. It's the pain Olympics we're going through right now. Let's see here. Do, 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 do. He's your new hot take. Where Jaren his hot takes. Don't think we can handle it. One day, where Jer, your faith will be rewarded. I'm thinking 14. I'm thinking 14. By George, he'll get it. The Kentucky Derby. I love it. It's what is it? What did the Monty Python call it? Where they had all the mental patients running, and they all like just stumbled. Was it not the buffoon Olympics? Yep, that's one of my favorite quotes, Tom. A broken clock is right twice a day. So that goes great for all the YouTube people that quote fucking numbers out of their ass. Eventually they will be right. I have no doubt about that. But it might be quite a long time. Okay. Okay, my controls are a little backwards. There we go. Backwards controls.
down, forward. Oh, wrong key. A, D. Do. Aw, yee, giggity. Okay, parked. Yeah, so SPY is up here on the top of the chart. I can move it out of the way here. Yeah, the SPY's on its way. Okay, so is there another number I'm supposed to add up here? So you're gonna go 911. Okay. So DEC 85,000. He's gonna go with 11. FOC is 33. FOC 33. And Lord Ware of Jer 14. There you go. Daryl's 19. D A Y T R. All right. Oh, that would mean this one is lower. There we go. I might have to adjust mine. It's starting to look a little grim. Jan is 16. Jan 16. Now, one day I'll learn how to do things alphabetically. Got to get out of my ship before I freaking break it. What is it hitting? Oh, nothing. Okay. 16. Okay, I think I got everyone. Yep, good. Sweet. Do, 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 do. Um, Ooh, got quiet in here. We're all just sitting here with bated breath, apparently. Well, while this is rolling, I'm going to just quickly use the washroom since this intensity is killing my bladder. Okay. Overkill's adjusting his. Nope, he is not. Vixter 924. Okay. Vix. Two, 4. Overkill 18. There we go. Of no one cares a stand. Suck it. I got the power. There you go. Yes, banter. Good banter. As we talked about yesterday. Oh my god, what is wrong with my ship? I can't fucking transfer anything out of it. Oh, it's not a problem with my ship, it's a problem with my other ship. Ah, okay, that's what's going on. Okay, finally, after hours, I can finally take off. So 9 and 5. 9 and gas it. Bingo, free. Okay, hey, nearby asteroid. Go mine it. Sweet. All right, so now we're in the squeeze, the home stretch of sad pandas. Let me get this out of the way. There we go. Oh, she's making a comeback. Yeah. Come on, 26. Yeah. So we just had this conversation about half an hour ago, but the basic takeaway is the reasons for it going down are minimal. The reasons for it going up are high, and I think the earnings will be positive. The only risk, and so it will go up considerably. Um, I think the only real risk that I can think of is that it comes out with okay news. Well, aside from bad news, which would be rare, but let's say it comes out with okay news, and then the people on Reddit or Facebook, or not Facebook, fucking YouTube, spin it wrongly. But seeing how much they love, blindly love Adam kind of deal, I don't think that's going to be the case. They'll probably just take a turd sandwich and spin it as it's the greatest tasting sandwich ever, right? So, oh my god, break. Oof, just about face planted. So yeah, I think the reason to worry is very low. I also think my calling as a engineer, or not an engineer, mining in space, I don't know why I find it super relaxing. Just mining away in space. I do not know why. I miss my calling. In another life, I would have been a space miner. Or maybe in this life, I might be a space miner. Yep. Any stock can go up too high too quickly. That's a very real possibility.
But this stock is very depressed, if you will, like pushed down, not psychologically depressed. So we're really not at risk of going up too quickly. We're basically too low at this moment, so you don't have to worry about going up too quickly. Basically, yeah, that's the least of our worries. Our worries is more it's not going up. Oh damn! Because if it doesn't want to go up, then it can only go one other direction, which is down. Yeah. So yeah, that is true. Because when we have 30% days, which are technically going up too quickly, we still walk away no problem on those, right? So we're pretty immune to everything. I think our biggest risk is basically just people losing heart. And if the pandemic gets worse, that's pretty much what's killing us, is this bloody pandemic. Oh, it looks like I'm breaking my solar panels. Crunch, 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 crunch. Something's not right. Yeah, my ship's completely full, but it's still telling me I got room. That's what I thought. Okay, I'm just making a mess of this asteroid. There we go. Okay. Oop. V, spin this baby around. Oof, she's heavy. Oh man, does not want to turn. Okay. Oh yeah, she can go sideways, that's for sure. Oh my god, this is taking a lot of arm energy. I need a thruster that just spins this thing. Ugh, I might still win this Deadpool. Punch it, Chewy. Yeah. Actually, apparently we had 6 red days in a row. Yeah. This will be 7. Yeah. But it's just pain before the... Yeah, you gotta figure out which Lambo to buy, exactly. But you gotta be prepared for tomorrow, right? Gotta pick out that Lambo. Ah, eventually we'll get there. It'll be nice when I start day trading again, because then all the pain of waiting will be worth it. Yep, it's always tomorrow. And there's always money in the lemon stand. Yeah, I try to quote that at least once a month. Huh. You merely adopted the redness. Yeah, didn't miss much, Cameron. And actually, somebody just came back from vacation and it's like, what's changed? It's like, uh, might as well go back on vacation. Yep. Oh, do you want to place a bet for end of day shenanigans? Guess the price at the end of the day. The numbers are already up on the board. Your Lambo needs to be white with a giant red arrow. It's a racing stripe. Yeah. Why is it crashing into the ground? It's a reminder. Damn it, Salem. Yeah. I love Salem. Best animatronic cat ever. Okay. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Where's the landing area? Oh, this is the bottom of the ship. There it is. 5 billion. Cedra's gonna go for 27. Uh, and did he make a bet? Okay, he's going for 1,000. Shit, I might still get it at 26. Oh, oh, okay. Then I had you down for 1K, but you're free to adjust it. Okay, so he's gonna go for 30. All right. I know it was a joke, but I mean, you gave me that number, so this is what you get. Oh, oh, somebody doesn't want me to win. Just a little bit of a bailout there. Is someone liquefying their position so they can win the Deadpool? Goddamn retail investors fucking scamming up the market. That's the role of hedge funds. Sure. You can have some lemons. Is that a piece of my ship that just flew off? Should I be concerned? I think a piece of my ship just flew off. Oh, it's never a good sign. Is that the wing? I think we needed that. Yeah. Yeah, it's a ladder attack. Illuminati. They don't want us to have fun in games. It's not a dead cat and whatever else the Reddit people yell out all retarded like. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to park. Wow, I cannot move up. What the hell's wrong with my thing? Oh, I think I know what's going on. Yep, my give me a second. My parking brakes auto-locked. There we go. Got too close. There you go. Locked, everything's locked. Excellent. Like a glove. There we go. There. Oh, that's what was getting in the way. Okay. I was wondering why I was having trouble. I was hitting this probably. That's why I don't like having too much stuff in the front. I was supposed to park this way, but I was worried my solar panels would catch. Now I'm wondering what flew off my ship. Oh, the ship's trying to self-stabilize. Gotta turn that off. There we go. Perfect. These are battery packs if you're... So I'm basically, and all this runs on ions, which is basically power. It was hydrogen propelled to get me out into space, but now that I'm in space, sunlight is plenty, unless it gets blocked by the stupid Mars. Okay, we're going down to the final stretch. 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. 14:45, here we go. Not a meme. Like, I would accept people going, man, we're gonna go to 14. Like, that's less of a meme than this 100K bullshit that they're throwing out. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, that's why that's there. It's because it's part of my walkway. Crap. I gotta put it back. Sad pandas. I should probably extend this maybe further down, but then the legs won't have anything to lock to, I don't think. Yeah, so it's this leg that's locked. Yeah. I'd have to extend this leg down. And you really don't want one leg locked if this... Oh, this one's also... Nope. So if this ship turns, basically this one leg will snap, and then this will come and smash. But if I turn on the gravity, it should pull this thing tight, and then we don't have to worry about it. My dreadnought. Oh, that's really kind of a frigate. Oh, that's right side up. So there's all the weapons are hooked up now, so don't fly over the top. I still have to do the rear and bottom weapons, but I think I'm going to try turning this maybe into a torpedo bay. So you build a torpedo out of bricks, and then you use reverse gravity to fire the torpedo out. And then you write some code that basically goes and hugs whatever it can find. It's like those poor dogs that the Soviets, or no, it was Soviets. Yeah, it was Soviets that trained dogs to go under tanks. Except they trained the dogs to go over under Russian tanks. Didn't quite work out for them. Apparently, the dogs could tell the difference between tanks. Yeah. Yeah. Good times. Oh, speaking of random stuff, so now that the Snyder Cut has been out for a while, is people really liking it over the original? Personally, I found it quite much better, to use shitty terms. Yeah, definitely so much depth that was missing. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, that's exactly it. It's like, look at my artistic form, and you're like, you know, there's a reason why it comes in chapters, right? Um, but you know, if a book is really good, doesn't matter how long it is, right? So yeah, we got 8 minutes on the clock. You could probably IMDb that, and I'll do that right now, actually. Okay, opening weekend for Mortal Kombat was $22.5 million opening. So if we take that, Godzilla brought in 4.2 million. Nobody brought in 1.9. Hugen Train brought in 19.5. And The Last Dragon brought in 1.7. So, hooey. Mortal Kombat came in and smoked them. The current box office is estimated at 54 million overall. So that's as much money as they could make right now, down from probably, multi-billion, right? So that's pretty good. Mortal Kombat captured like a fourth, uh, 2, 6, 6, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6. So a third, almost a third of the entire market. It's not bad. And then I don't know what AMC captures out of the movie market, right? So AMC then would get a fraction of that, or a good fraction of that, right? Mortal Kombat is available to stream on HBO Max, and kicked everyone's ass around the corner. Let's get the actual numbers since that's estimated. Okay, here we go. Variety says biggest So it got 54 million at the end of it, based on ComScore. So, oh no, okay. That's the total take. Okay, that's all reported open theaters. They brought in 54 million. Okay, Mortal Kombat got an estimated 2.5 million from 3,073 different domestic venues. And Kong actually ended up with 31 million. Yeah. And Warner Brothers took both of those titles. So basically, and Warner Brothers is tight with AMC. I think that's our bestest friends, and our second best friends is Universal. And then the rest of them, they don't talk about it, so I'm guessing not so good. But that's pretty good. Holy crap. The anime action adventure from Funimation and Aniplex, Demon Slayer, has made over $365 million in Japan, where it currently ranks as the highest grossing money movie ever. It has eclipsed over $400 million globally. Wow. And 55% of cinemas are resumed operation. And any multiplexes, so more than one screen, have been capped with attendance. Most are limited to 50% capacity or 200 people. But that's fine. As long as demand's there, it doesn't matter if your capacity is capped. People will come and go. Obviously, you got a short period of time to make your dollars, but yeah, like you got 2 days, right? But they'll start measuring in opening weeks, I guess, instead of weekends. New York is 25% capacity and will be 33 capacity on Monday. Monday being April 25th. So that's already been done. So if you pay an extra $30, I guess, a month, you're going to get Raya the Last Dragon on Disney. And it's currently netted $39.8 million. Jesus. Together, a sweet story about platonic friendship made $522,000 from 665 screens. That's not a lot of money. $786 per theater. But I mean, I guess as long as you didn't spend that much money to make it, that's not a lot of money. So Tenet, which came out in September, only got 20 million. Demon Slayer, 23rd, 21 million. Mortal Kombat, 23.3 million, and that's on the 23rd as well. King Kong, 48.1 million. And so King Kong is Warner Brothers, Mortal Kombat's Warner Brothers, Tenet is Warner Brothers, and Wonder Woman, which came out in December, 16.7 million. But that was also kind of fucked up, kind of shitty. Universal came out with the Kroogs, the New Age, 14 million. Tom and Jerry, HBO Max, 14 million. The Last Dragon, as I just said, 8.5 million. And the 20th Century came out with the New Mutants. That's August 28 of last year. They got 7 million. And Nobody, which came out March 26th, got 6.8 million. So you can see all the newer dates that are closer, except for Tenet and Wonder Woman. They're all making money. It's all going up. Like 48 compared to 20 compared to 16. That's huge increases. So those are opening weekends after March 2020. So that's good. So as those go up, you've made quadruple your money or double your money. So that means AMC is making double the money going in, right? So that means we have doubled our everything, right? So, anyways, good times. Good times ahead. Yeah. All right, so we're down to the last seconds. Who's going to win this? Currently, it's Daryl. Nope, it's on the dot. It's Mr. OK. Overkill's going to win this. Oh, no, he just lost his title to Jan. Oh, it's 50-50. 30 seconds to go. Might be a tie. If it just boosts up. Oh, Daryl, no, overkill. No, it's back to 50-50. I declare bankruptcy. Easy there, Trump. Oh, the S&P's starting to go wild. Oh, and we closed. Oh, last minute upset. Shit. It's 50-50. Let's go to YouTube to not YouTube, Yahoo to get a recount. Wait for it. Oh, okay, so it's either 18 it's overkill or 16 it's Jan. So let's see what oh, Jan gets it. Jan gets it as of YouTube, or as a YouTube, Yahoo. Congrats, Jan. Although after hours, yeah. It's all good. But yeah, I'll talk to you in the Discord there, Tom. I figured a way to solve your troubles. And thank you for all that came out. We're slowly but surely making these dead days a little bit more entertaining, which is good. Oh, look who it is. Oh my god. Out of the woodwork, it's Zach the Freelancer. Wow. Where did he come from? Damn, Zach, we missed you. We missed you, Zach. It was so long. We haven't seen you. No, we thought you're out giving handies on the road. Yep. All right. See you all. You can have fun talking to Zach. I got space things to build. The chat will continue after the stream, I believe.